in 2011, we had a conversation about it. So it was a state senator, what's his name? Jonathan Windyboy talked to us about it and said, "Can I meet with you, Governor? I want to meet with you on this. We need to get some money for our languages." He was like, "Sure." That next day we set up the meeting, and the governor walks in, and there was tribal leaders. There were just people who spoke the language. Probably about 30 natives in the governor's reception room. And I thought, wow, he really didn't even tell us that was going to happen. Just like, okay, this is great. That's kind of like Jonathan's style. But that's when I really think that touched the governor's heart, that he knew that it was important, that this initiative was going to be very important to not only our people, but for the state of Montana. So we took on that initiative, and we worked with all the Indian caucus members who've been trying to do this before. And we were successful in the first legislative session, which was 4 years ago, to secure $2 million. And I believe that's probably we're the only state that have ever done that. Governor Bullock really said, "Okay, let's do it." It was a bipartisan support. What I mean by bipartisan, it was Republicans had to come over and support it, and there was just a few of them that supported it. And I thought, oh, this is great. So the tribes each were allocated, I think it was like 200 and some thousand apiece, to really come up with some projects and show us how they're going to spend the money. Because when we go back to the legislature, we have to really meet with the committees, show them what the tribes are producing, and they really want to know how they spend the money. And my hat's off to Department of Commerce. Didn't take any money whatsoever. They gave as much as it to the tribes so that they could utilize as much as they possibly can. And with that being said, there was some good stuff that came out of it. I know one of the conditions was that all the information or things that were produced with this money had to be shared with the Historical Society. And within our conversations with some of the tribes, we had to do it really fast. We had to reach out within the legislative session and ask for input to develop the bill while we're doing the legislative session. And if you've ever been there, it's really fast and furious. There's 150 legislators that we deal with. And so we went from 4 months getting that through. Then we had to make some administrative rules. I don't know, this probably sounds really garbage, but it was a long process, and we all had to do it in like 2 weeks. 2 weeks, and it was very difficult. But they wanted to make sure that we dealt with the Historical Society. So one of the issues that we had to face was some of the tribes were like, well, this is important to us. We don't want to be sharing this with the public. There was nothing we can do about that. We said, well, if there's things that you can't share or don't want to, then don't produce it, because by law we have to, give it to the Historical Society. But it all worked out in the end. I mean, everybody thought it was worth it enough, and they said, well, the things that we can't share, we won't share. So in the past session, I didn't think that I honestly thought it was going to be a difficult time to get some more money for the languages. So we ended up securing $1.5 million. So over the past 4 years, we've secured $3.5 million given to tribes in terms of preserving our language. And it gets within the bill itself, we had to draw out how we were going to do everything. So this time we learned from all our mistakes that we learned from the previous 2 years. We started changing things up to make it easier for reporting, for producing materials. And I think we've learned a lot, and I think everybody who are on the other end learned a lot. But once again, I thought it was going to be very difficult when we started having people come up and advocate for the language program. But you know what? In the end, we have Republicans getting up and saying, well, this is a good thing. All the Democrats are very supportive of it. So I wasn't so worried about that. It was who we were going to get from the other side to really support us. And it really shocked me, I must say. So I think this work, I think, really works in mysterious ways. I mean, this was meant to be. And I do want you to realize that, you know, the governor, he may not fully understand the impact of this, but what he does understand is it's important to us. And he was the first one to really support this kind of initiative. And the Indian legislators, they go through a lot. They go through a lot, and I want you to realize that they put their name out there, they put their neck on the line, and they really advocate, and you know, to have these kind of initiatives pass. And it's not easy. And the tribal leaders, when they come in and they support these kind of initiatives on the state, it makes the difference. It really does. It makes the difference. And I want to kind of save some time. So where am I at? How many minutes do I have? 5. Yeah. So I'm just going to end there. And maybe if you have questions, either I could answer them or Paige can answer them, because she's going to know more of the details, or even some of the people who are working on these projects. So is there any questions or comments? Great.
I have a question. I guess your counterparts in other states, there are similar positions like in North Dakota, right? And there's other similar, because not every state has an adjacent that they lay law for Native Americans. But what, I guess, talking with your counterparts, have they gained traction in other states of trying to actually do language preservation or anything like this in other states? Have they thought about bills to bring forward?
So there's so many states that have a similar position, and I was just talking to Paige about this. We all met a couple months ago, or a couple weeks ago. There was like 11 states that came together, but there's like 22 states that have a similar position of mine. And I always tell people that they should really start looking at those people in those positions, because if you want to push legislation like that, you really need the governor's support. Otherwise, it's going to be a lot more difficult. But they were surprised we did it, but I haven't heard if they were going to start pushing their own legislation. Everybody's pretty different. I think we're closer to like the Dakotas. They do a lot of similar things that we do with their legislation, but that's a good question. I don't think so. Federally, Senator Tester is now pushing legislation to support tribal languages. So I think that what we've done in Montana is starting to really get traction, and I think you'll see more people pushing for these kind of efforts. And I hope so. I mean, it should be. So if we go in the next session, it's going to be advocating for the same thing, and that's where you guys will probably need you guys to come in and advocate for this. But more importantly, thank you for the work that you do, because you guys help us make it work. I mean, it's really you guys, like Cheney and Mike, you guys are really doing some important work. Not so much us, we can just help so much, but you guys are the really ones doing it. So thank you.
Our next speaker I'd like to introduce is Mike Lafromboise. Mike Lafromboise has been serving as the Piikani Studies Division Chair at the Blackfeet Community College for the last 3 years. His capacity is to oversee curriculum development for the Piikani Studies, as well as Piikani language preservation and preparation on the Blackfeet Indian Reservation. He holds a master's degree in education from the Montana State University in Northern. He is an American Indian College Fund Andrew B. Mellon Fellow in research on the Blackfoot ceremonial process. He is a member of the Kinetsu Brave Dog Society and is involved in all the ceremony activities that the Blackfoot people practice, including the Medicine Lodge, Sundance, Thunder Medicine Pipe, Beaver Bundle, and the caretaker of the black-tailed deer dance bundle that the Piikani people have adopted from the Salish and Kootenai peoples. Mr. Lafromboise has developed language applications for the Apple OS and Android phone platforms, as well as developed interactive websites for Piikani language. 30 Piikani language lessons were developed to fulfill the transfer requirements in the Montana University system. PKNI 141 and PKNI 142 are standalone language classes that are completely digitized and functional for any student interested in wanting to learn and transfer as a foreign language. In addition, Mr. Lafromboise has developed an Indian Education for All learning platform that is all online and covers the essential knowledge of what it means to be Piikani. I'd like to introduce Mr. Mike Lafromboise.
Okay. Iksoka pi kitsino ti anoxis chikoik. Tikota ti itota ti o akana pia 80 pue kiano. Uma keksini master kyo. Amu paksekoiks han. Kanista paksekoiks. Nisto annikok makwe sa po. Muhto to amskabi Piikani mi Piikani sakwe. Na sa matoyo koma kikitsinska makwe sa. Ditapi ska sim na Mike Lafromboise tapo takia umakek sinema stokyo. Esk sinema stokyo nitita pia piki kan naka ti ski nitipos. Piikani peita piisin. Amo ikseni maastoksis kneita piam skabi Piikani. Okay. Na six matoma tapiwa ki matoyo komaki ki pitaonista. Kakatu si tastani maastokyo ki inaksa po mo nato kyoka sisat. Na nindawa sikoma kina ki nixista siksika kio. Kiano ksistikoik. Sa itaskini akkane pai tapi skatop siksikait tapi sin. Mo siksikait tapi ikito mitopi mo tsakko. Istapai tapi itipoto kia aksay ska ti pi mo tsakko. Ikito ti pai tapiop. Manisto to pira na pikoeks. Itapai tapiop. Stamoto ihtop na pi pai tapisin. Okay. Na ain't kira ke nitiposin ke kitwasin non sakko. Ani stapira 68 tapisin. Mo kitwa sinon hanyawan ni kita piks skot sikna kitwa sinon. Amito te mo mistakist kinistya apatso te misk amo omakoyes kinistya pinapo te mo punoka sisata ke kinistya amska po te mo punoka sisata ke amito te mo takia isakko mo kitwa sino. Okay. Nisto pomoawa istoki max napska kunnima. Na neoxkanawa ponix ke kenix ihpo max. Itaks pomosa istoki max napska kunnima. Okay. Kanatsumi takes. Ni ti kanatsumi tawa. Mi apatso Piikani wa na ninnawa awakasina. Aniso amskabi Piikani o koka sinne. Ika tonyo ke misins ke sisat enime o koka sinyo. Amok se matapiks, asitapiks, itapiks na awagasina ani. Ihpo makes Kanatsumi takes. Kitaks po mo sa okokats niya skapi pikanyo. Na nimnawa ako tuwa awan na ihpo makes. Itaks po mo sa astoki makes Kanatsumi takes. Okay. Needs the pemix. Na isikato ay paskan mo pistan. Takaps. Na pitaw nista. Niksya matoyo kumaki. Matoma tapio ki inotokana ki. Ano sistikoik nistoa isikato ay paskan mo pistan. So today, I introduced myself in Picani language, and I just told you a little bit about who my family is and what I do. And my passion is language. And I was fortunate to grow up in a Blackfoot Picani speaking home. And in hindsight, I should have listened more, but excuses they don't serve anything. So now today, I'm learning as much as I can, and I'll share as much as I can, as long as I can. But that's my passion. But one of the questions, how do you know you're Blackfoot? How do you know? And my first research, one of my first research projects in undergrad was Blackfoot language on why is it not my community not speaking the language like I'd like to? What's the reason? And what I found out is that a lot of those old ladies that I interviewed and those older gentlemen, they said it was the church that said, don't speak the language. So today, we live in a dichotomy of Western society thought and in my case, Blackfoot ideology, Picani ideology. And everything I tried to describe to you in my language is what elders say makes you Blackfeet or Picani. There's today we have a system that says the physical documentation is a card with your picture and all your vital statistics, and it will tell you this is who you are. Tagakistu. This card? I don't know. Tagakistu means who are you? And that's a question we could be asking ourselves every day when we wake up and when we're grateful to be waking up. Who am I and what do I want? Me, I want to promote language because there's so much to it than just okay, tanitapi. Or there's more to it than that. And I'll just give a brief, and I'll come back to these concepts. And all these are just concepts in my book. Worldviews. Worldviews of how, what I'm saying. When we say, atsemoihkan, we're saying we're mouthing something holy. Atsemoihkan. Amotosimat. It's the beginning, it's the start of something. Something moving up. I was always told Growing up, I remember my grandma said, you be careful what you say. You can hurt somebody. You be careful what you ask for, you'll get it. So I thought, well, if bad words can hurt, good words can help. And there's a whole, when I listen to elders just talk about these two words, this is about a good 5-hour lecture just on this word. It's long. You can't just say this, that's what it is. There's a whole thing about it. So if this is smudge, for lack of a better word in English, amadosiman, when you put your smudge on, it's moving upward. When I'm speaking in an analog sound, right? Energy. I'm transferring energy from something to something. When my Aunt Gertie transferred me that blacktail, she said, when we all gather, we're focusing all of our energy on those people that need help. So you have to be careful what you say. You have to be careful how you conduct yourself, because those people depend on you. It's going up. When we pray, this young girl talked about prayer not being not dosi. Kokumikis, episoats, episoats. All those things we pray to. These are indicators on our dwellings. This was pointed out in Maslow. Anybody study Maslow? And how they got, he spent time with Blackfoot people. And this is what he came up with according to his notes. This is all documented scientifically. Okay. What Maslow didn't see, and probably will never know unless he's listening in on us right now. In his stories, he viewed people you need food, shelter, clothing as a base to feel good about yourself. Then you need safety and belongingness in your friendships, societies. And then you need your morals. It's going up to the cosmos, to these people that we ask for help. These beings, spomita peaks, sakomita peaks, soita peaks, nitsita peaks, amoksia, nitsita peaks. Anytime you hear the word tapi at the end of a word, it's a being. It's a being of some kind. And this process that the Creator give us, and when I explained in Blackfoot that the Creator put us right here, the concepts that we get, everything comes from the land. Without your land and your language and your songs and your ceremonies, who are you? Really, you have to ask yourself these types of things. If we live in that dichotomy, again, Western society, Pikani ideology. Everything over here is Pikani ideology thought. Western society is everything we're doing. We're all sitting in desks staring at the teacher. The pedagogy of the oppressed says, I know everything, you know nothing. I'll tell you what you need to know, so be quiet and listen. That's the pedagogy of the oppressed. Pedagogy of Blackfoot people is through our societies, how we learn through that process, through transfer. Transfer, when you translate that, hipom makes or hipom maksin, hipom wow. This means power. And because nobody's better than nobody, you have to have rights to these things. You have to go through the process. Anybody who graduated from the University of Montana or Montana State University, Who give them the right to give you the piece of paper, that physical documentation of permission? When you get your driver's license, you have to go through a process. And you give the dude or the lady $40 and you say, I want the right to drive. You'll take a test, and if you pass with 80%, they'll give you this physical documentation. And if you drive and you don't follow the rules, the authorities are going to stop you and they're going to say, where is your physical documentation of permission? If you don't have it, you're going to be in trouble. In Blackfoot thinking, our societies and our songs give you that permission. When you're transferred into a society and I'm acting out and someone says, hey, you can't be doing that. I said, yeah, I can. I belong to the Society of Drivers. Well, go ahead and sing their song, and when they meet, I'm going to tell them. And it'll be on you, not to. They'll deal with you how they're going to deal with you. So these concepts, they're not just arbitrary and made up. They come from time, beginning of time, in the timeline of life. This is now. This is 0 year. What? Jesus was born in 0 year. What is BC and AD? Scientifically documented Blackfoot people have been here for 10,000 years, way before that. So all the knowledge that they transfer down from these societies is all knowledge that comes from this time, from what I understand. So this knowledge predates Western thought, Western ideology of how we conduct ourselves. But yet, this Europeans just got here yesterday. Matonni, Tani Tuanyo, Matonni, not be quakes. Expomukit. Okay. They just got here yesterday.
Yeah.
And here we are believing everything that they're telling us. When our knowledge has been here for way before this, but for their sake, 10,000 years. That Anzi boy they found was what, 12,000 years? Pikani. That's my belief. I always go to the 4 agreements. Always be impeccable with your word. Don't believe what anybody says. Always do your best. And then there's that 5th one. Don't believe what anybody tells you. So don't take my word for it. I could be full of it. It's up to you to find out what this is. What does it mean to you to be Pikani or whatever tribe you are? It's going to be up to you. But because we're believing in this physical documentation, this is what we're stuck with. And I might get in trouble for this, and I have before, but I get more benefits with my Costco card than this card. So that doesn't really, anybody can make one of these up. But you can't make up songs. You can't make up ceremonies. You just can't go and say, hey, I got this song, I heard it, I'm going to sing it. That's what's up still. It'll fix you somehow. So getting back to this Maslow in his notes, you need food, shelter, and clothing. On our teepees, sometimes these can be mountains, sometimes they could be hills, and sometimes it could be flat. Everything Creator give us comes from the mountain, from the land. All our subsistence economy comes from here. All of our concepts that we believe in come from the land. It's indicated on our dwellings. I would argue there's no other tribe in the universe that uses this or has their ceremonies intact. If there is, I'd like to see it. It'd be pretty interesting to see. Blackfoot people still have this transfer of these things. So you look at what he developed: food, shelter, clothing, safety, belonging, friendships, morals. On our teepee, we have stars that we pray to help Blackfoot people. We pray to these. On one side, there's Ikitika Mix, the other side is Miopokoi. Ipisoas on the back. There's a whole story on Scarface. Those are essential stories that we should be learning. We could be learning at a young age, so we know how to conduct ourselves. And when we say, well, who are you? Well, I'm Pikani. Well, how do you know? Well, let me tell you this story that comes from our history. We have many stories about crows, Crees, and in our stories, we're always victorious. We stole all their horses. We never stole no women. They just followed us home. But that's a whole nother lecture. So this is what Maslow didn't see. He couldn't explain it. Even Whistler and David Duval, they did extensive ethnography work on Blackfeet on the outside looking in. And on the last page of his excerpt, he says, we've compiled all these ceremonies, but we don't have the capacity to talk about songs. That's a huge component of those. You cannot have this without the song. You cannot drive without your driver's license. You can't get a job without your degree, a piece of paper. So without that song, none of these exist. Healing doesn't exist. Everything in the middle is what comes in your dreams. The late George Kickenwoman said, he says, Pikani, they're powerful people because they have the ability to see things in their dreams. And they have the ability to stop those things with what Creator give us. That's why we were always successful against Crees, and Crows, and Nez Perce, Shoshones in our stories. There was some defeats, but we don't really talk about those much. We're not really humble like that. But so you can see, when you get to the top, you can self-actualize. You're very confident as a person. Same thing. You have here, have all your belongingness, and this is where you get your morals. You have to have this in order to have any other transfer. This is where you store all of your transfer items, hold them in there. There's many things, so many tangents you can get on this with just this. And I can go any direction, and it always does in my lectures. But my point is that language is the most important key to this. The language perpetuates the culture, and the culture perpetuates the language. If you take away the culture in this dichotomy, within this paradigm of where we are, this is getting pushed back. It's getting pushed back more and more. Nobody wants to speak Blackfoot anymore in my early research. Now there is. I could say now there is. That was one of my goals, is going back to Browning after I graduated and helping out ceremony singing. I'm like, man, who's going to sing these songs? Who's going to pick them up? I look down there, and nobody's there to sit to sing. Nobody knows these. I was fortunate to sit with Joe O'Chief and Joe Eaglechild and Joe Bossers and Floyd Ryder, Donald Choate. Those are the guys I had to sit with. Buzzy knows that. I didn't even want to be there. I wanted to go outside and play. No, you sit there and listen. Listen to how those guys go. So now I know all of them. I don't have to listen to a recorder. I just know all, sing them. However, now there's other people wanting to step up, and that was one of my goals. So I feel I can head out of Browning now if I want to, without having to think, well, who's going to help them out? The language too. Efforts, Cutswood School. My relative, Robert Hall, awesome. Jesse. They have an immersion school we went to the other night. Some awesome things happening. So with that grant monies we're using, developing more resources for them to use. But I was always told that go ahead and make your apps, but don't cut that speaker out. Don't cut the language speaker out because they have that connection. There could be, in one of my, Miss Bird speaks it. We were sitting there talking about moose. And she says, how do you say moose? I said, 62. She said, laughs. I said, no, 60. See, different versions already. What I understood that to be was black. I'm going to go to town. 60, black coming to town. How do they know that? Because they didn't live in towns. But it just means something black coming into the opening. Those are the types of things you don't keep that language speaker out. You can make 1,000 apps, but if you don't have that speaker to impart that knowledge of that particular word variation, you're not going to know the philosophy. And that's one of my biggest pushes as well, is to put the philosophy out there. So I always feel like I talk way too much. Is there any questions? Concerns, wants, needs, parking passes? So with that, I think,
what's your guys', has there been any surveys done on, how many fluent speakers that you have up there?
so on the rolls, there's 17,500 enrolled Blackfeet. Out of this many, I sat down when I first graduated from undergrad and I went back. And I sat there and I thought, who knows all these songs? Who could stand up without having to ask, how does the song go? And there was a top tier of elders, and then a next tier of younger, and then younger, like Pat's age younger, those guys. And then younger. On this top one, there was probably about 25, 30. Now there's probably about 10. So all that knowledge that existed on that list is gone if they didn't share it. Now the next tier down, those are the next age group that are going to become elders, which is another term, elder. What is an elder? Make sure you feed those elders. You know, you're just looking for people with gray hair like me. That's not an elder. An elder could be someone that's 10 years old. That's a whole nother concept, meaning. Probably about what, 150 at the most, if that. Speakers. That's not good. Correct me if I'm wrong.
According to Carol Murray, the letter she sent out, that's how many speakers that we have.
150? There's a lot that understand, but they don't want to speak. Why that is, I don't know. But they understand it quite a bit.
Because our language is not a written language.
That's part of it too. So that's not a good percentage.
teaching your language, do you teach with the, like, he spoke with the guttural sound? I noticed nowadays in the languages, just because I learned my husband's language is Sinhalese, and a lot of the new speakers, the younger speakers, they're leaving out that guttural, and it's going,
Those
so we're losing like that cure you're talking about. Does that happen in your language also?
Yeah, they tell us we talk too plain. And there's no possible way I can go back to this time. I can only know what I know now. And I encourage all these other speakers just to start speaking. Just speak it so we can hear it. So we can hear those emphasis on those things. If you don't, then you're saying something else and they'll chastise you and ridicule you. What are you trying to say? That's another concept in my community is shame. There's a line. People get to that line and say, what's this guy trying to do? Who's this guy? I made a conscious effort about 20 years ago to say, I'm just going to speak it. I don't care what people say. And I got that from Daryl Kipp. And I'm dressed like Daryl Kipp today. Blue khakis. But the shame line, this is a whole nother class of shame and guilt and why our community is the way it is because of this word. It's not a good word because, as we pointed out here, if you have all these things, you could be confident in yourself. But when you take all those away, people will say, what you looking at? Well, I don't know. Let's go outside. We'll figure it out. It's this first. There's no communication, which gets me into Jürgens Habermas. Anybody ever studied him? Communicative sphere. Warrants some good study on language and how when you take the language base away, the economy fails. And when you strengthen it, it could, So those are some good research topics. People can, again, I'm talking too much.
What's your app called?
My what?
Your app?
My app. Let's see. The first one I made it like in a day in a garage. And I launched it through iTunes. It's real basic, but it's out there. And the second one I made, it was an Android one. Again, it was real basic. Sixica has an app that's pretty comprehensive, and they use TMI, Thornton Media. Anybody ever see that one? It's pretty good. So we're working with school district, perhaps, those people that came in, to create an app for them, for all of us. Because deep down, you guys are all Pikani. But they're on iTunes, Android, and then there's it's a long Pikani baked the piece.
Yeah, it might talk to
Did you ever see Tupac? It says Thug Life. That's where I got that concept from, was Pikani baked the piece. Pikani Life.
I
But
have
it's
it
a
in my,
long name, but amazing results with that.
it'll be in my talk on my PowerPoint. So you guys can copy down the website we worked on together.
Yeah.
And that'll be in there.
It's good. It just needs some updating.
Mhm.
So, okay.
So I'm actually just I have actually 3 hats I work at the district in Browning, but I'm kind of the NAS person this year. And I'm kind of, spearheading the immersion program here. And I don't speak the language. My grandparents were fluent, but that wasn't passed on to my mother and wasn't passed on to myself. And one of the things being new to the immersion program was the language society, I guess, is a group of people. And working with all these different organizations, and I'm not familiar with everybody else's tribe, but for speaking, in terms of the Blackfeet, there's really not a lot of communication that I've noticed, because everybody's doing their own thing. The Head Start's doing their own thing. The college is doing their own thing. Public schools are doing their own thing. Cutswood's doing their own thing. And we are all striving towards the same goal, but we're not working together. And that's just the disconnect that I've been experiencing right now. And I wasn't even aware of, what was going on these other programs, because, you get so focused on what you're doing. And I went into the Head Start to sign my child up, and I look on the front desk and there's like, we're offering language classes to parents. And I'm like, we're offering language classes to parents. And, so it's like, we just haven't combined our efforts just because of the disconnect. And a lot of times I think Indian people tend to be like, this is mine, or programs tend to be like, this is mine. And, we need to just actually combine our efforts. And so with, Mike attending the immersion meeting the other evening that we had, and we have some connections now with Head Start. We just visited Cutswood Thursday and, made some connections there. So, now we kind of have this combined effort to work towards a common goal. And I'm, really excited, because I think we can, working together, we could go a lot further than how we are and how we've been for years. This is how we've been for years and always. This isn't, something new. I mean, everybody's been doing this, and just combining our efforts now, I think that has been probably one of the biggest barriers for language, because everybody is doing their own thing. So those are just my thoughts.
That's what I found out early on is what you just said. Head Start was doing this, schools were doing that, college is doing this, it's just like herding cats and chickens. And it's not good, because who are we? I mean, state of California took some land away from this tribe because they didn't use the land. They said, hey, what's this land here? Well, it's very important to us. We make this and this. Well, can you show us how to make it? We don't know how. So they just took the land. It doesn't even matter to them. Eminent domain. Very real. Okay. Done.
We're a little bit ahead of schedule. We have time for a break. If everybody wants to take a break now, or we could take a short break after our next presenter. We can take a short break now. We will start our next presenter at 2:10. So feel free to use the bathroom and have some refreshments. We do have raffle tickets in the front, raffling off 2 amazing art pieces, 2 club meeting tickets tomorrow night, also gift cards. So pick up a raffle ticket and a t-shirt. Thank you. I have
Is that all right?
Yeah, I like it when you talk about this. I've heard it a lot of times before, you're like, but no, it was beautiful.
What was that second day you were talking about basketball, and then the one you said?
Whistler?
What's his name? Oh, you said his name was Jurgens.
Jurgens Habermas.
Jurgens
Habermas.
Habermas.
He's a sociologist. He's still alive.
I just gotta start getting stories. I think making sense of these.
Hey, thank you.
I swear.
Thank you.
Jesus.
I'm paid. I'm doing a lot of emailing. Yeah, I'm trying to move.
Whiskey, that's
Jason.
Talking about you.
Some copies at the registration desk, but I'll tell them there's if they have access to Facebook.
Okay. Hello. Will you announce the next start?
Please give her my number. She's All right, we'll continue on our presentations here. I'd like to also announce, if anyone looking for parking passes, there are parking passes at the front desk where you sign in. There's also some agendas for anybody looking for agendas for today and tomorrow, the speakers. And we did have one cancellation of a speaker, Mr. Ray. He will be replaced by Dustin Monroe. Dustin Monroe is a founder and CEO of Native Generational Change, a grassroots organization that is working to improve daily life for all Native Americans. He is a member of the Assiniboine and Blackfeet Tribe of Montana and military veteran. Dustin has a business degree and an emphasis in management from the University of Montana, master's in public administration, and working on a PhD in medical anthropology. With over 13 years of experience in management, Dustin has gained an expertise in working with various nonprofits for Native American issues and people.
We are proud to have Dustin Monroe as our sponsor for this conference, and introducing Dustin Monroe.
Thank you, Jesse. It was an intergenerational change. I ain't got money like that. So, the organization. I'd just like to say thank you guys for allowing me to come up here. My relative Ray couldn't be here today, so I wanted to step in for him and kind of go over. I'm going to go over a little different. I'm not a fluent speaker. My dad's Myron Hoops from Fort Belknap. So I'm sad, our relatives, and I'm also Skapapakani. I'm Blackfeet, so I'm Lakota. But yeah, I always make sure I say both because both people get mad at me if I don't say either one. And I know I got this TV. I really get it on Facebook now if I don't say I'm either one. So, and I'm also got some relatives in Rocky Boy and Fort Peck. So, but some of the stuff I want to talk about today is decolonization through language revitalization. You guys talk about in your guys' communities about decolonization or these concepts? Does anybody I really didn't understand what it meant. It was almost like the word sovereignty. I really didn't know what that meant when I first started my studies, but I'd always heard it thrown around like tribal council chambers and different things like this, like we're a sovereign, or people tell me, you can't do this, you're sovereign. But then I was like, how can I get arrested if I'm sovereign? I'm off the res, right? I was like, you can't give me a ticket, I'm sovereign. Here's my ID. Throw it out instead of my license, And so I had to learn these principles when I came to school. And so that's what I'm studying. I'm studying medical anthropology. I'm actually looking at intergenerational mobility through, intergenerational mobility for Native American communities. And basically what that means is the crab in the bucket effect, where basically how do you create the outlier of the person that actually goes out, just goes out and actually gets the education, but at the same time, that's not good enough. I didn't want to just study that part because that's not really success. That's based in Western view, that's success, just going out and getting the education. But then I also want to look at the other aspect of somebody that actually learns their culture back too, because you have to have both in my eyes in order to be truly successful. So at one point in my life, I'm getting successful, but at the same time, I'm still pitiful because I'm learning my language, both languages. I'm trying to learn both. And I'm also learning my culture. And so I'm trying to do that as much as possible. So I'm still a baby in both, I guess. And so with the decolonization, with that, it's a big emphasis, and you'll see it all around the world. There's all different types of indigenous communities all around the world really looking at this concept, and especially the internet, everything. There's different studies, but it's more of in Europe, New Zealand. So a lot of the literature I read is more based from different countries than my own country. And another thing about decolonization, for me, I really think that's where we're going. When we start talking about language revitalization, that's really what we're talking about, is the decolonization. And I just got asked in an interview, what is the base thing that Native Americans are fighting for? What are your base things? I was asked like the simple ones, like, is it the land? Is it Kerr Dam? Is it the water? Is it the, what does somebody else say? Oh, you guys can do your religion now. Or is it Columbus Day? I got all these things. But for me, it was I said, we're still fighting assimilation. And I said, what I do for the next generation, because that's really how I was taught, to really look back the 7 generations. And I said, the new fight in today's society for Indian people is based on our children's minds, in order to really save us, because the way I look at it is, for my child, he'll know way more than I'll ever know at that age. And I'm proud of that. And I'm sharing in these apps that are coming out. I'm not a fluent speaker, but I practice. And so I'll walk around my community, and I get the Blackfoot app, and I'll walk around, or I'll take some words that my grandma shares with me from Belknap, and I'll go around my neighborhood, and I'll just start at the basics. And so while we're learning, we're trying to speak, and I was influenced by Jessie. Jessie's a little girl. She really, it was really special to see that, and how he was raising hers. And I thought, this is something I need to do in my own household. So I'm not just waiting for the schools to do it. I'm being proactive about it and doing it in my own household. And so with the decolonization and language revitalization, that's something that I guess that's going to be my career work. And it's just taking my culture, and I'm not trying to commodify it. and make it something so tangible that I lose the sacredness of it. But I want to be able to advance to the next where we're at. And I had a friend tell me once that Native people, that we were always advancing. And so I don't think it's so bad that for change, I think that we need change in order to come. Because when the horse came, right, we didn't just keep with the dog still. We got the dog days. What do? We became better riders than anybody out there, you know? And so I feel like as Native people, because I've had some white friends being like, well, this decolonization, you guys want to go back to teepees and hunting buffalo? I said, we would have probably had like, what I tell them, oh, we would have probably had the PlayStation before you because we'd probably chant Chinese first, you know? We've always evolving. We're an evolving people, and we always have. I said, we had to show you guys how to take showers, you know? So I said, we're evolving people. And I said, don't ever think just because I say decolonization, like I'm trying to do this whole radical movement, we're going to go back to this. I said, we're always going to be moving forward. That's what we do as a people. So some of the things I want to look at decolonization through language realization. Let's try to pull this down right here. I was also, I worked for other organizations, and I've also did the lobbying up in Helena. So when we worked with Jonathan on the first bill, the first language bill, it was quite hard to try to get that through. Like, well, you know, they were saying, you guys need to teach. What they tell me? Oh, you guys need to teach each other it. You know, and you're trying to tell these people, there's Republicans. A lot of them are like, well, why are we going to give you money? We're not giving the Irish money. You know, we're not trying to get that going, or we're not giving. We have Spanish, and so you guys can learn that. That's useful. You know. And so I had all the craziness telling me this, and they're like, you know, you guys need to teach each other. We don't need to come out of this. And I remind them that I said, you know, how much money did you guys spend trying to get rid of our language? I said, where did that come from? I said, you guys spent over $1 million, you know, at one time in our history trying to get rid of our language. And you had boarding schools. And I said, what about those? How much were put into those boarding schools to rid of us of our language? And I said, the money that you're going to give us right now, I said, that's not giving us. That's something that we earned, you know? I said, that's not giving us nothing. And I said, you know what? I pay tax dollars too. I live in Missoula, you know? And I said, so do a majority of Native Americans. We pay our taxes. We pay just like everybody. I said, you try to act like we're different. But I said, we pay taxes, and this is what we want as citizens of Montana and as tribal nations. I said, we're unique, but at the same time, we're no different. If you guys don't put money for there, we need money for this. And so I was trying to talk, and some people got it, and some did, and other people were like, you know, they said they supported it, and we got enough, and it was very special. I remember when I got passed, that was one of the best feelings right there, to actually see that come up and see the votes that we got for that. But the biggest thing with that, though, is that was one step, and I was really like something where it inspired me as a youth to actually start going forward. Well, I guess I'm not that young, but, you know, I sound young. I know, I kind of watch what I say youth now. Huh? But we're getting gray, and I just talked about, like, oh, shit, I can't really say I'm youth no more. Next generation, I don't know, generation, is that what you call them? You're that one? But so I seen that, and I seen the power of the people and how we could actually get things through. And so it really started making me think, you know, and then even online, looking at what other communities all across America were doing, and how even getting out and voting, that's another form. Even voting is another form of decolonization, because if we didn't have those people in there that were progressive people, we would have never had that language. You know, we may never have had this conference that we're having right now to be able to talk about it, or have positions like Jason, or, you know, a lot of stuff, everything trickles. And so I really look at that. And so getting out and voting, and also voting even in your tribal elections, and voting progressive leaders that aren't just kind of beaten down by what happened in the past, because it's a whole new generation. And I see a lot of people, especially getting on tribal council, and obviously Dana, she's doing a lot of good work over there in Crow, and so it's very inspiring to me. But I wanted to share a couple things right here. Let me see. Has anybody ever heard of Linda Smith? Yes. Anybody know how to say her middle name, or that middle? I still don't know how to say her middle. I always say Linda T. Smith. So my my professors are probably tired of me quoting her here. And so this right here my organization, Native Generational Change, the reason I named it Native Generational, because a generation, when I looked at the meaning of it, was 30 years. And I really think that's really where I'm looking. When I say I'm looking back, I'm really wanting to, hopefully in 30 years, I can look at the impacts and they will be sustainable. And I think that we're doing a lot of stuff within that. Some of her model here, the Indigenous Research Agenda, this is inside her book. I copied this right here. And it's always something when I'm doing my work, because usually a lot of our programs and a lot of the nonprofits out there, NGOs, I mean, I'm not trying to dog on people or something, but I'm just going to be straight up honest with my beliefs. I feel like they're Band-Aids. They're keeping the ship afloat, but they're not really making systemic change. They're not bringing the agenda forward as much as we should. You know, we should be at the tables. Every time we should be at the tables trying to figure out how can we get this forward in our way, because Western conceptual thought isn't the same as ours. But at the same time, we can, I guess, combine our thoughts and try to make sure that we're bringing it forward with them. And so self-determination right here, that's really the word I focus on, is actually determining, because like I think that's the most powerful thing we have right there. And decolonization right here, the political, you know, I make sure that we go and we speak. Well, just like yesterday, right? We had Eloise Cabell. You know, she was a famous woman too, and she did a lot for our people. But that was one step. Now we need this next generation. We need to keep going further, pushing it further, making people accountable. And so we got Eloise Cabell yesterday. We got her. I went to that meeting, and so that will be a day in the state of Montana. But that's another step, right, for our children. You might think that's such a small thing, but when you look at your children, right, and it says that Eloise Cabell on the calendar, and they're able to look at that, even though she was in our time, right, this is going to be generations. That's stuff that like we need to look at. 'Cause a lot of times I think we're looking, I think we're not getting the wins. We're not progressing. We are progressing, because even having that day in the state of Montana, it's not Thomas Jefferson. It's nothing like this, right? Eloise Cabell, that's somebody that was in our communities. And I really think that's stuff that we need to start, when you're doing it, not downplaying it so much, but understanding the wins that we're getting. Well, even like in Billings, right? Was it Medicine Crow? Joe Medicine Crow, elementary, right? These are wins, and these people that are still living, even like there. Why don't we have that in Missoula? You know, we could do that even here. We could name a school after a leader here. You know, yeah, we could. Yeah, which one? Charles, yeah, but even more, right? So keep pushing, right? That's what I'm really, generational change is really what we're trying to do. We're trying to push the limits. You know, places like this, because when kids go to those schools, they ask, who is this person, right? Where my son goes to school right now, Lewis and Clark, they have all the tribal flags up. And so they're able to see those. But those are the things where we need to start looking. And I mean, we're not going to make drastic change, but those little changes do make a difference. And right there, when we talk about that, that's the social right there, psychological. And then a lot of things that are happening right now, even in Indian country. This is a little off topic, but we have groups that are coming in. They're feeling threatened by Native communities. There was a group called Sierra, and my organization, we went up there and we actually protested against them. So good people come. But this group, Sierra, they're anti-Indian. They want to get rid of reservations. And so these are some of the people that we deal with, but we keep moving forward and progressing forward through them. Some of the other stuff that we have to do right here, I really like the 4 steps of our transformation. And so some of this stuff, like when we're going through and we're getting those little changes right there, like Eloise Cabell, we're getting the language, putting the money back in the communities for the transformation, the mobilization. Like even when we go and we stand up and we bring people to the Capitol, people to DC, we have our Native leaders. This right here is an example of mobilization. We're actually all coming together and be able to talk, and a lot of work goes even when we're in breaks, meeting each other, talking. That's part of mobilization. But you need to be able to come here with common interest in how do we move this forward. And when you look in this room right now, you know, we have all ages in here, and that's inspiring. We should always remember that. Healing. You know, I don't think these are all separate. You know, in my mind, they're all together, because I feel like that's part of intergenerational trauma. So when we're coming like this, it also starts healing our communities, because the research showed from a professor from Harvard that trauma is actually, it's embedded in the genes of Native Americans. and it has been. And so there's genealogists over there, I think he's from Navajo country, he's actually showing that research right now. Next one here. If anybody got any questions, you guys can just ask too. I like to try to be interactive here. Let me see, I'll talk about that one. This is another thing too right here. What do you guys think about this? This is some stuff for me too that I want to kind of learn while I have this opportunity to have you guys in here. I know it's kind of controversial. I guess that's kind of me. I'm kind of controversial a little bit because I'm pushing. Some people like my ideas, some people don't. But I really believe in changing the books that our children learn, curtailing it towards Montana Indian history. So then when a child opens up a book, or even any child of any race, when they open up a book, they see, they can learn about all the tribes here and the history here. They can learn about the Baker Massacre. They can learn about what's going on contemporary. And they're not looking as Native Americans as such something that like died off in 1910, or looking and having this joke, like the Geronimo joke, right? Where everybody says because they read about that in there, but actually making Native American history no different than African American history, making it contemporary. Because when you open up a book, you'll read about President Obama. You'll read about this now in the books that they're coming out with. And that's something that's happening right now. But actually opening up the books and learning about what's going on today, about some of the things, even in Montana. We should have like the language revision bill that Jonathan Windy Boy, that should be in our books when our kids open them up. And every so many years we get these books. What do you guys think about making that change in the schools?
Yeah,
Do you think that would be something?
yeah,
The reason I talk about this is the ACLU was interested in doing this change in schools and reservations that get Johnson O'Malley money. And if your school district gets Johnson O'Malley money, you're actually, if you're part of the Title VII, I'm just learning all these now. My teachers over here learning this guy elected to Title VII. So I'm learning about these now. But if you're if you live on a reservation right now and you get this Johnson O'Malley money, you could actually change your textbook. You guys have the power to do this and what's taught to your children. Because that's one of the stipulations. Yes. Now, I don't have all the answers. I'm just learning this now.
I just wanted to share something with you that when you do, like I teach the kindergarten immersion at Browning Public Schools, and I work with middle school students, and I did a lot of the history of Native Americans. You need to really critique your books because some of the books that your kids might be getting are not, there's no truth to some of them. In fact, there was a book that I opened up that had the Blackfeet Indians, and the woman was wearing a basket hat.
Sounds like a Northwest.
You have to critique them because some of them are, they're misinformed. There's no truth to some of them. You really have to critique them in order to be correct with your students.
This I think is really a fascinating, important discussion for all of us because how we approach this on the reservation may be different as to how we would approach it in a public school here in Missoula. But one of the things I said on a lot of text review boards, and so yeah, it's really important to make sure that those corrections happen, with your kids. And also, the Office of Public Instruction has this Indian Education for All, where all of the Indian content is supposed to be incorporated. But the systemic and racism and the resistance we have across Montana in some districts, in one district I know for sure, the superintendent had the one language instructor implement you have to have a 5-year plan for a goal of how you're going to implement Indian Education for All. And she had one instructor teach from K through 12 that whole goal, which is really totally unacceptable. But more critically, the school board was all Indian endorsed her. So we have a lot of work to do with our people, and I think that Mr. Lafromboise talked earlier about the shame, the cultural shame. A lot of our people You'll want to talk about the intergenerational trauma with all the sexual abuse and how our language was like beat out of my father and broke his fingers, and we were told never to learn the language. So that's another element you talk about, sort of the sense of shame and all of this colonization that has been embedded in our DNA. We have a lot of work, and it's really encouraging to see you pursuing a degree, a PhD in the area of trauma. But I really feel we need to draw on our language and our ways of knowing to begin to respond to some of the trauma and bring some of our people out of the cultural shame. Like a lot of people will not say anything, they'll just be quiet and be silent, or say it doesn't apply to them and minimize it, how everything's being. So, thank you.
There's somebody else over here. Yes, ma'am.
Or else you get this much in a textbook about a nation from Montana. When I was in the 5th grade in Barrow, Alaska, the heading for Alaska was Alaska, a myth. And I threw that book down and I said, I wasn't born in the myth. And I never opened it again. But I learned through other books the history of this country, but it never mentioned us. Like we didn't exist. And all the things that happened to the Aleuts on the Russian side, enslaving them, that is not in the history books in Alaska, but it formed Alaska that way. And I don't appreciate that, being left out, because we were there for thousands of years, existed. In fact, the Russians never even came up to the North Slope. They just dealt with the Aleuts that they found while they were lost, trying to discover something.
That's well put, I like that. Oh, yes, sorry.
I can't remember exactly. My son was like in 5th grade, and he goes, "This is my mom," and I looked at it and said, "What is savages?" And I was blank. And the best thing I could tell him is that that's the way of people describing us. You and I, when we're a different color. And until this day, I haven't brought it up again. And that's sad.
Well, let me share a story with you.
No, I mean, to be that blank.
Yes, I totally agree with you. I had, my twin son is sitting over there, and I was with the other twin, Robert, and he was 5. We walked into a store in Clarkston, Alberta. My son had never heard that word before. He walked out and he came up to me and was pulling on my shirt and said, "Mom, what's a savage? Am I a savage?" I mean, and I where did you hear that? And he said, "These white kids called me a savage. What is it?" He couldn't even pronounce the V. He was calling it a savage. I didn't know what to tell him. And I was shocked.
Yeah, and I like the idea of you talking about us changing that.
I think it's important because even if you look at the English language and you look at our language, right? Like a lot of times I was at the Badger to Medicine here, I went to the consultation about that, about the section 106, and we had that. And even one of the guys, the park guys, got up and tried saying what the name of, I really didn't know the true name of Badger to Medicine. Remember we got up there and the park ranger guy tried to come up there and tell us what the name was. Tell us the history, our history. Was it John Murray that stood up? And so I think that happens quite a lot, and it's almost institutionalized where you got people, they're trying to do good, they think that they're doing this and they get up. But then you had a whole thing of, our tribal elders and people there that were experts in this, and they had a whole room that he could have used and been like, let me defer to, Don or something. And and actually talk about what we call it and why some of the differences, because a lot of Western thought, I'm in anthropology, and that's like one of the worst majors you can go into. You know, it's really challenging for me because some of the words we use are like informants. And where I'm from, an informant's like a bad thing. You know? I have some family that was AIM, you don't say informants in our house. So it's almost hard for me to write that. And so I kind of had to get permission from my teachers not to use that, but she said if you publish something, you got to use it, but I get away from that. Yes, ma'am?
In politics in Browning, we just know it as the seated strip.
As a what?
The seated strip. We ceded it to the government, and that's just what that's my dad was in politics. He's in his children.
Yes.
And he always referred to the seated strip.
I think a wonderful way to change this using language revitalization and colonization for informant is to use, is it the Brave Dog Society that are kind of the protectors? So when you use this, you can make more brave dogs rather than things.
Yeah.
You could make that transformation. It would be very instructive.
That would be. Help me. So get that help me over here. But so there's things like that, and that's where like language, it doesn't just fall just in realization. It's really being a Native American, like it's all part of our lives. And if you're gonna become an academic or anything you're even doing, even if you're just a regular community member, there's things that it falls within. It's not something you can be separated and something you shouldn't try to be separated from. When I was growing up, I don't always say the words right, but I'll ask, like Jesse will help me with different words, my grandma and my dad, it's kind of, it's good because I'm learning, because when I was little, I was embarrassed. I was really, like, when we talk about shame, I was embarrassed to try to say a word because I didn't want to say it incorrectly. And I didn't even know my grandma could speak until she was on her way out, and she went back to speaking Blackfeet in the nursing home. And I didn't know until she was talking to somebody else, and I was like amazed, But she went back because of Alzheimer's in her mind. So it was pretty amazing, though. But I want to show you guys one more thing, and then I'll kind of start cutting it out. I want to talk about that, and that's just kind of some of the stuff that I want to try doing. But I think in our communities, we should start trying to push the limits, and actually start thinking about the word. I mean, so much is pushed on sovereignty, but actually looking at self-determination and determining where we go in this next generation.
But also, rather than looking at self-determination or sovereignty, to identify us by our tribal, our citizenry, or citizens, like the Audi nation or whatever nation. And I think that has a better sense of.
I think that would be cool. I think, I think that's the next movement, is actually identifying with what we call ourselves, our traditional names. And so when you look on when you come into constellation with the state of Montana, federal government, that that it is our traditional name, that it isn't just Blackfeet, Crow, Fort Belknap, that we actually start figuring out words and start figuring and determining what we want to be called for the future, and coming together as communities and taking over that, because language has so much with non-natives and how they perceive. There's a lot of power in language, and I'm learning that. And I think we got to be able to start taking back that power. And I think that we can. And I think that we have the capacity. In Montana, I mean, we're very fortunate to have a tribal college on every reservation in Montana. And I think that we got to start thinking about that and how to push the limits, not just sustaining and settling for that, but actually pushing the limits. Let me look at one more thing here and see if I can get it. Oh, shoot, I can't get it. But one thing that I was really is going up here is up in Salish land up here, CSKT, up in the land up here, is that they actually changed their signs, and I see that starting to be different places, different reservations of the different mile markers and different things like this that they're doing, but they're actually changing that. And I think that's another form that we got to start thinking about, that is actually incorporating that even in our tribal buildings, our bathrooms, calling them, because when you start seeing that, it starts becoming everyday life. So it's not just something that's only spoken during ceremony, but it's something that's spoken in everyday life. And I think that's stuff that we need to start pushing in our communities, and that's things that we can control, that we don't have to have outside control about that. And it's just part of just thinking about it, just thinking about the power of language and how to utilize it in our communities. I think that's about all
And I think another important discussion to the renaming is to assess and determine in each nation, are we going to express it through the linguistic format or through the phonetic format?
Yes.
That is so critical because a lot of us, before you can express it through the linguistic format, you need to know all the little curly cues, and are those curly cues further colonizing this rather than. Maybe Rebecca can speak to that.
Yeah, I remember we were just talking about that when we have all these different little entities working individual, and you have different silos. That actually getting them together and getting other people together, then actually coming from a community approach rather than an individualistic approach, and actually, you know, doing that approach and coming together and figuring out how do we want to do this, how do we want to go forward. But it's the kind of talks that we need to start having in our communities and start thinking about this. Got anybody else have any more questions? Want comments? Yes.
So you were talking about, you know, changing different names, like our traditional name. I know up in Calgary, the Sarsi Indians, their name, they're not considered Sarsi anymore, they're the Tsutsina.
So is that recognized by like Canada?
The name,
yeah.
Their language, and that's their name now. And it's, no, they don't use that. Sarsi as Indian. It's changing. There are tribes, they're changing that.
You got it. 48. We need to, you know, even all over, we need to start thinking about how do we do that and define who we are, start recognizing the importance of that. Anybody else? Yes.
There's one thing, I used to work at right on Stone Provincial Park, is snake. And one of the things that was really important to me while I was working there was being in such a sacred place. You know, the government is starting to recognize that this is something that needs to be represented respectfully and appropriately. And they're one of the, you know, the first places to really go out and say, how do you want to be represented? What's the right way to do this respectfully? And they had an internship where, you know, we hired Native people from the tribes, the local area, and they were the ones that did the interpretation. So taking students, teaching them these skills, and then also providing that information in a way that's appropriate in how we want to be represented, right? And this is something that's not just for this one place, but it's something that we were saying this model here can be used in many places for Indigenous people all over the world, where you have the university here, right? You have one on the other side of the country, on the other side of the world. You know, we recognize where we are, that connection to the place that needs to be educated to people. And you take that and have them brought in, because like the guy, you know, saying what Badger was all about, right? It's nice to hear that from people that kind of know what they're talking about, but you're saying it's better when it comes from us. And that needs to be recognized in all these organizations. And this is what we want. And it needs to be like the community thing. Like we need to share that, like push that. We want to represent ourselves. We don't want you speaking for us because we can do it for ourselves.
That's all I got. Oh yeah. There we go. One more. Keep going.
Kind of add on to that, I know, and I'm from right here up the road here in Kalispell, Salish country. That's kind of the thing, you know, our boundaries overlap. You know, it's about the history. All of our tribes here, you know, we've all overlapped, fought each other or whatever. And I think we need to recognize those things and speak and be together with those and come to you know, speak our history I'm not gonna tell you what your history is. You're not gonna tell me what mine is. But with the naming and with the language and everything, our homes here, meth, alcohol, and drugs alcohol was always the biggest thing, but meth is a new monster that's really, it's devastating us, you know? And we have so many people who don't even know who they are. They grew, maybe their parents were in alcohol so heavy, and now then the younger ones come up, and I'm 51 now, I grew up in that. And then there's drugs that come up, and you know, I'm a grandpa now. And my grandkids, what are they gonna grow up into? What are they gonna what kind of world is it gonna be for them? This is Montana, you know. We have all our reservations, we have non-Indian people who just want to see us destroyed. They want to see us no more, they want to wipe us off. They don't care what happens to us, but we have a land base, and that's what they want. They want that base. They want what we have, what we got. We all believe in our prayers, and I think this is where we could collectively pray for this, to bring these things back, educate our own kids, educate and tell our own history, so those who don't have families, those who don't have the language, those who don't have of our own people can learn something somewhere from that, you know. They can see it somewhere, because they may not have people in their families telling them who they are. You know, I mean, that shame is so thick and heavy, and it's a real hard jacket to shake off of you. You know, we teach in an adult program, and Kayla is the other teacher. We just learned these past couple of years our language. Now, I'm not saying we're fluent. I'm saying we can speak and we can understand a lot. And we're in this battle too, you know, and it is hard to speak your language, you know. Even when you know, it's just like there's something there that kind of stops you, you know. But we gotta push through that. We always gotta push through that. We gotta keep pushing through that. And we gotta keep moving forward, you know. And our ancestors did that for us. We owe it to them, we owe it to ourselves and to the little ones. But changing the history, determine how we can educate our kids. Because whatever's been doing, how it's been being done, it worked to get us into this room, but it's not good enough. It's not good enough. And you were saying we evolved and we adapt and we hang on to that. I think it's time to show that we do that, you know. And instead of like everybody that works in language, you know, it's hard to bring people in. It's hard to get people in those doors. And sometimes we feel like we believe like we're just a little private club within our own people groups. Because everybody wants looking. I know what it's like to look from the outside, looking in, wanting to be a part of that group. You know, feeling like you don't belong. We all need to be looking out there and bringing these people in, telling them, hey, sit down there, we've been waiting for you. You know, that all this work, this is all your work that's ahead of you. You know, we've been waiting for you. A lot of work to do. And that's the kind of attitude we need to attack this with. And the same thing, wherever it is, I'm from language. I don't know anything about what the history, I mean, of course, educational wise, as far as being a professor or whatever, a teacher. I know what language is, that's my battle, that's what I'm choosing to fight right now. But we all need to line up together and do that, and make that happen. But I think really, as respectively, if all the tribes, we could all collectively meet somehow and agree, you know, we're gonna stay this in our history. And we know we're stepping in some of your country, but we're teaching our people our history. And we know you're gonna teach your people your history. And we know your boundaries are gonna come into ours and teaching the people. That's a fact. It's the one we can't ignore. We're gonna argue about this. I mean, we're Salish and Kootenai. We're fighting each other every day over these things, you know, and we're tirelessly going rocks at each other. When we have enemies within our reservation, in our communities, we'd love to see us destroyed. And we're doing it to ourselves, you know, these things that we need to really be mindful of and take a better look at that.
I think the other edge of the sword is I also did a racist symposium with a guy named Russell Rowland when I was over in Billings. Billings is, oh cow, fighting an uphill battle sometimes. And you've seen it here when we passed got Columbus Day changed with all the Facebook tough guys, you know, and their comments and their racism that they wrote just for changing that, you know.
Can you
Yes, ma'am.
go through that?
The Columbus Day?
Yeah.
Here, the city of Missoula no longer recognizes Columbus Day. It's called Indigenous Day here. That was brought forward by Ruth. Randy brought that forward, and my organization, a couple other organizations came forward to support that. And so we'll no longer have that in the city, and it will still be a day off for employees. So there's multiple layers with that. There's not much change in the school, so we need to change it within the schools. The university did not change it yet. And so there's different layers of that we need to go through, but that's another thing, even looking at language and having non-natives recognize the importance of that. But every city council member voted for it though. But there was one lady that came in there and she was kind of crazy. We told her we love her though. But yes.
Talking about, the respectfulness of our people, we had a gentleman that came and spoke at our place in Sark, and he talked about the importance of a name of a child. Give the child a name. Let that child live that name. If you're gonna give a little child an Indian name, but give him like maybe Pita Skumapi, he's gonna be an Eagle Boy. Well, that little boy is going to grow up and he's going to respect what he has and he's going to grow in it and grow in it. Just like she's talking about the savages, I was telling her that Red Fury. I said that tells you a story of how they told about this boy being a savage. But in a good, that boy really shows who he really was in the end because he rode all that way to get that woman help, and that's the way we are. So when you're talking about giving everything else things, it's all in the name.
It's powerful. I think even the other side of that sword, when I think about that, is how do we educate our non-native friends? And by the reason I look at the books being so much true, it seems like a lot of my friends and even academic friends, if they read it in a book, it's true. You can put total lies in that book, and all of a sudden it becomes true. And some of these people that quote you with untrue statements, it's almost like Wikipedia, right? But they still put it in a book. And so. That's what I feel the power of actually changing the books and actually hoping the rest of the state of Montana, because I think Indian Education for All it's a start, but it's not the solution. Because those teachers, and a lot of these teachers can choose what they want to teach. And Indian Education for All was passed, but it wasn't really implemented until Denise Juneau got in there. And then it kind of got pushed a little further. But we're about to lose Denise. She's going to go to a different level and different, but at the same time, the lady that's running for it right now, I'm going to speak with her, but we need to keep pushing that and actually getting the books changed, because racism is learned. It's learned when you're a little kid. It's not something that you just come out and you're just like, hey, I don't like these guys because of their color or something, It's something that's learned and taught in the household. I really didn't know. As an Indian, I went to one class and we had to talk, how many racist words do you know? I started raising my hand, all these different words they call us. We were like, what do you mean they call you that? And I was like, I was called this as a little kid. I didn't know what to say, because I moved to Great Falls and as a little boy. And I had some crazy words. I didn't even know I had to go home and ask. It wasn't even a savage. It was way worse. It was like, they called me the PN name. I don't know if anybody knows what I'm referring to, but I got called that when I was a little boy. Got teased because of my skin. Back where I was from, all my family, they're way darker than me. I was like, you guys are teasing me for this. And the way I talked, I used to really be bad. I was really wicked, even though I'm speaking English. It's still a really bad Browning accent I had when I was a little kid. So I got told not to talk. Why do you talk like that? And so a lot of that is just stuff that we have to do. But I guess the other side is actually changing that book to help and change and actually give a non-native child, that chance to actually learn about who we are. And when you change that kid as a little kid, that kid may grow up to be, a governor of the state, a legislator, like John Tester. The reason a lot of times he's really sympathetic to natives is because of where he's from. He just grew up down the street. He grew up playing against natives in basketball. He'll always tell me his great stories, playing different people. But that's why but we don't always have people like that though. But if we can change that book and give that child a chance, I really think that benefits not just native children, but non-native children. Because if we're going to fight this problem, we got to remember we got two coins, we are within a state too. And so we got to remember how to actually help our people. But then also remember there's a different side of that. if we really want to combat racism and racism through it's called neocolonialism. So I'm learning all these little different terms, right? But neocolonialism, we got to understand how to fight that, and that's a political battle and other battles that we need to be able to take on too, get our people elected, but even non-people, we need them. Because with this language revitalization, even the language bill that we got here, there was a lot of, it was mostly non-natives because all we have is like 8, right? That's all we have is 8 representatives that are native in this state that actually sit there. Out of over, what is that, about 150 people? That's not enough votes. So we got to remember that if we really want to get stuff passed, we got to start educating non-natives too about this. So I think that's all I got. I'm gonna try to get out of here now.
I'll need it. It's cool. Yeah, I'll need it.
So we'll have one more presenter and a short break before our keynote. Our next presenter will be starting a little bit early, so we'll have a short break after her presentation. Rebecca Goff. Rebecca Goff is the Executive Director of Native Teaching Aids. Her inspiration stuck while she was attending the University of Montana for her master's in linguistics. She was deeply moved when she witnessed what a language immersion school can accomplish. She also saw firsthand the many challenges faced by those who wish to help revitalize their language, and how often it is necessary for them to create teaching materials. Native Teaching Aid's mission is to make native language learning tools for language and culture as available and common as those for other languages such as Spanish and French. In 2013, combining her linguistics degree with her husband's 18 years on online software development and design experience, she founded Native Teaching Aids. Their goal is not only create on and offline learning tools for Native communities that are fun and educational, but also to create tools that empower and grow the community. Quick story on Rebecca, how we met. My first year in school here, she was just finishing her master's in the linguistics department, and she approached me to do a short story. And I'm not very technically advanced, so I drew up a little short story, and she took that and then recorded the words of that story. And I was amazed to see that come to life on an iPad, you know, and it made me a true believer in using technology to push the language efforts forward. So we're really thankful to have her be a part of our club and have her present today. So here she is, Rebecca Goff.
Okay, 1 second. I forgot to set up I have to log in my email. Log up. How's everybody doing? Woo! Good. Nice. Me. Stalling. Oh no. It's broken.
Turn it off.
Turn it off? Oh.
It's gonna take a while.
Really? Okay, so I guess I'll just wait for it to stop blinking. Is that what I do? All right, so for a little while you guys won't have visuals. That's okay. You don't really need them. I can be engaging. Or I could wait. Okay.
Okay,
Now it's on. Oh, so you can just hold the picture?
I go to school.
Thanks, Mizuki. All right, like Jesse said, my name is Rebecca Goff. The name of my talk, which will come up in a second here, is called Board Games, Filling the Gap. So this is my talk. I'm going to go into first about what my company does, which Jesse kind of explained in my introduction, and then kind of some of the technology work we've been doing, and then talk about why board games, tabletop games, card games is a great additive into the technology that's coming out right now, as well as the classroom. So that's kind of what we're doing. As Jesse said, the mission of my company, which is Native Teaching Aids, is to make learning materials available for all Indigenous languages. Right now, we're focusing on just the United States and Canada, but I've also been contacted from other areas, so it might be expanding a little bit. So we create physical and online teaching materials for Native American languages specifically right now. And this started, as Jesse was saying, during my master's degree in linguistics at the University of Montana. And in there, my first year there, I joined the Blackfoot language group, where we were part of the AmeriCorps program. And in that, we created a couple of projects, and one was an animated storybook. This is kind of a picture, it's the video, but this is kind of a picture of it. This was the second one we did, where we worked directly with the Cutswood students. They are the voices of the animals. This is actually on YouTube, where you can Google it. If you look up Ponica and Friends, you can view this. It's a cute little 2-minute video about an animal meeting friends along the way. But so we did that, and then what I realized when I was up there working with the students, working with the teachers, that a lot of materials aren't always available out there. Teachers do a lot of work teaching, and sometimes they don't always have a lot of resources available to them. So I thought, what if I just created a company where more resources would be made available, and making that a reality for a lot of people. So I established Native Teaching Aids 2 years ago in 2013. So I'm a baby of a company. But we've done a lot since then. I'm going to talk about technology right now. What we've created, this was kind of an inspiration when we did a project with Mike Lafromboise that he talked about a little bit earlier. What we created was called a Native American Culture Archive. The idea behind this is that everything is interconnected. Everything works together in a cohesive unit. So you have the language archive, which houses things like a dictionary. It'll house the words, the audio, images, video, any multimedia aspect that you want to attach to your language. Also a culture center, so that could be songs, stories, dances, movies, videos, multitude of images, and like an encyclopedia, I guess, is the best way to put it. And then lesson management systems, those are the online lesson systems that everyone has been using. Those would be culture lessons or even language lesson systems. And then culture maps. And these, what we did, this is a really good example, what we did is we worked with the Blackfeet tribe, and the signs that just went up early this year, I think, or late last year, I can't remember, but the signs that have the Blackfeet name where you're in like East Glacier, and it has Omakoisis, is that right? No, I totally said that wrong. Anyway, so has these signs that are actually in Blackfeet and have the original names to them. We also created, with working with them, a geo mapping location. So kind of like Google Maps, you can search for an area. It'll give you directions to that place. It has videos about it, or it has language lessons. Also has like links about it, images, everything. And it's totally user-friendly, so anybody can go in, or anyone who has access can go in and add to all of these things. So as you can see, they're kind of interlapping right here, like a Venn diagram, and that's because they all work together. So if you change a word or a phrase in one area, it changes in the other. And so everything is kind of interconnected in that. Through this core area, that's where you get to start working on, where you can start building. Anyone could go in and build apps, communication, technology, things like that. Here's a couple of things, some things I've already talked about. This is the map that's online right now. These two websites are actually the same. So if you can't spell Picani Baked Pizza right away, then you can go to blackfootkeystone.com. That link's still, yep. So you can go there as well, and that'll take you to the same place. And that takes you to access to all of this right now. So this is the online dictionary, and that's split up into morphemes, affixes, phrases, words. If you're searching for a word, you can view sample phrases that are inside of it. That's an ongoing process, an ongoing project with Mike Lafromboise at the Blackfeet Community College. Then this is the language lesson system. Right now there are 15 lessons on there that are interactive. And the IEFA program that Mike was also talking about earlier is on there and accessible to everybody. So inside of these, we customize these lessons to what the Blackfeet Community College wanted, how they wanted to show it, how they wanted to be able to view it. They are available not as apps, but they are mobile capable. So you'll be able to view them on your mobile device. But we're hoping to be able to make them into apps soon. And then this is the map, and that's also available on there as well. I will wait. I see people copying it down. Do you guys have any questions so far? Yeah.
Can you make that slideshow available to us so that we can?
This?
The slideshow, like that other one where you had the Venn diagrams.
Oh.
I can see real well, and I'd like to see that.
Yeah, yes, I can do that. You can also go onto my website, nativeteachingaids.com, and that has tutorial videos as well as images. But if you don't, I can also send you, I can give you my card, and I can send you things. All right. Oops. Yeah. Okay. So I'm sorry. I guess I could move forward while people are doing this. So technology is something that we're all working towards. It's the next thing that's coming. It's what's now. It's what's here. But at the same time, how can we incorporate what's going on in front of the computer or tablets inside of the classroom and bring that home? We were thinking about this a long time. My husband and I, Jesse was saying, he has 20 years of web design development and software development behind him. I'm a linguist. and so how do we, bridge that gap? How do we bring it home? And the other thing that my husband and I love doing is playing board games. We've done this a long time. I grew up as family game night. That was a big thing with my family. And then we started looking at German-based board games because they were funner and they kind of get off the Monopoly. They're a little bit, I just like them better. I don't really have a strong reason why. So we thought, what about tabletop games to teach language, culture, and history? Can this be done? Can we do it? Because we were thinking why, from immersion schools, a lot of times what I was hearing from some teachers was that the students are learning the language. That's really great. But what happens when they go home? Not every student is what somebody told me as a traditional house. Not everyone has a native speaker available to them. Sometimes the parents aren't native speakers. And so, and the parents want to learn just as badly as the kids do as well. Also in public schools, like Dustin was saying, we got his name right, that a lot of times history is taught from the colonial perspective. I know when I was in school, like when I grew up in Minnesota, and I don't know if any of you guys know about the Sioux City Massacre. Okay. The way I was taught about it was from the soldiers' perspective. They were invading. They were the bad guys. And I have since learned many things that make that contrary to the case. But that's how I was taught. And also Indigenous language and culture inside of public schools, there's either very little of it. I remember we had an Indigenous Day one day when I was 8, and it was an Indigenous gentleman talking to us, but I cannot tell you what he was talking about, what he was from, anything. I just remember him saying something about the Blackfoot, and that's it. And that was in Minnesota. But so this is a problem. How can we solve this? So one idea I was coming up with, tabletop games can provide an atmosphere to speak in the language. through the use of conversation cards. And this, I brought samples of some games we were working on right now. And so if anyone wants to see this, I'll be having them out for everyone to look at. They also are, of course, interactive because you're talking to each other. You're in this conversation. You're working together through that. And then it's a multi-learning educational tool. So not only would you be learning the language, but maybe you're also learning about culture. Maybe you're learning about the history behind it. Maybe you're learning things like economics, supply and demand. We have a game that does that just because that's the way the game is played. And you're not actually thinking, hey, I'm learning economics right now, that's boring. So that's good. And, also some games, like our history games, you're learning about critical thinking as well, because you don't need to know history to play our history games. It's also an alternative when technology is not available or maybe it's not wanted. When I went to the National Indian Education Association conference 2 weeks ago in Portland, and while I was there, I had a lot of people come from Alaska, and they were coming up to me and talking to me, and then they were telling me that sometimes there's no technology in some of the schools. That's just not there. And they looked at the games and were like, this is an amazing opportunity for us to incorporate something else inside to the schools. That doesn't always have to be technology. Some people don't have funding for it. Just all of these things when games are a lot less expensive. And then, of course, this would be time spent with friends and family on a table, hanging out, and you're off of technology. So it's a community aspect instead of a solo activity. So some of the games we've been working on, flashcards and memory game. The flashcards and the memory game, actually all of these have phonetic and dictionary spelling. All of these right now we're working on in Blackfeet. That's just because it's the first language I started working in. And so the phonetic pronunciations, the idea behind those is that you wouldn't need access to a native speaker all the time with you. You'd be able to utilize the cards and pronounce the words. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a bit. There's also a lightning game, which is a fast-paced matching game. Elk in the House, which we're going to adjust a little bit. Thanks to our Salish right now, where we're going to use animals, more animals, like maybe there's a moose in your toilet, or like crazy things like that. So we think the sillier this game could be, the more you're going to learn, the more you're going to remember. Also, maybe it won't be about rooms in the house. Maybe it'll be more about the objects inside the house, because that might be a little bit more traditional. Also, we've made Indigenous history regions for every region, from the Arctic down to Mesoamerica. These games the regional games was done by research that I researched myself. So that was doing research with authors that were Indigenous, or when I read the foreword, they did the work, they did the research, they talked to elders, things like that. Also a lot of tribal websites I used as well, tribal council websites. So through that though, still, people have found errors, and that was kind of my reason why I did that. It started that way, because it was like, you have to start somewhere. And I want corrections. Like I have a woman came up to me while I was at the NIA, and she's like, can I edit your Arctic? And then I hugged her. and I gave her a copy. I was like, yes, please edit my versions. Tell me what's wrong. Let's get these as accurate as possible. Because what is important, like Dustin was saying, is that we need to tell this history from the Indigenous perspective. We all know what the colonial perspective is, and that's cool. Let's learn the other way. And so that's kind of what I was thinking. We're also coming out with tribal editions. Right now, the Little Shell version is up for sale. That just got tribal approval last Saturday. That gained tribal approval. The Salish is coming soon. That it just has a few more corrections, and then that will also be available. The Blackfoot, I'm working with the Kainai Culture Committee. I think that's his title. Yes. So I'm working with him on making the language games more accurate, as well as a Kainai history version. And the Blackfeet history version, I'm just working with many different people to get that as accurate as possible. So those are coming soon. And then we also have a few more language games coming up, like Picking Berries is a very heavy trade-based language game. where you have to trade in order to win the game, and then you have conversation cards where you're trading inside the language and working through it, and that you'll see in a second. More about that. We also are coming up with other games, a story-based game where you're speaking in the language, and as well as a collaborative game with Ani about the water rights, and you have to work together in order to solve the issues. If you lose any of the issues, the game is lost. If you don't work together, you can lose the game. So it's basically players against the game. Many ways to lose, one way to win. And so that's that one. The way we do this is the games are concocted through collaboration with educators, travel groups, interested parties, and communities. And through this, many agreements happen. The language stays with the tribe. We don't claim anything towards the language. That and the history and the culture stay with the tribe. That's why when I said the little shell game has tribal approval, it's because we have an understanding. They gain a certain amount for every game that gets sold, and then we create more games based off of that. And so this is just a benefit to be able to create more materials, and culture and history and language is getting taught at the same time. So this is just a more inexpensive way to get this going. They're all designed in Adobe Suite, and then we print and manufacture in-house, and I really mean in-house. And so the reason why we decided to do that was we realized we went to a lot of different printing companies, and we realized that to even start talking to them, we needed to do 10,000 of the same game, and that's not always going to happen. And we wanted to be able to have a great variety so we could sell as many as possible. And different kinds as possible, and not be stuck by this rigid framework that companies would put us in. So now we print and make our own games, which is fun. I've learned a lot. That's quite a challenge, I say. So I'm going to talk a lot about the collaboration process. I really feel, especially with my work here at the University of Montana, getting my master's degree, that I learned a lot about how important collaboration is with other parties. So what we start to do with the games is we have meetings, and we introduce games that have already been developed, that we're already working on, make a lot of changes to them, and then reproduce them. We discuss the best way to develop the games to target their language and culture, and then possibly sometimes we even create new games to better suit the community. That's how the Take Action game came out. There's another game with the sailors that we're coming out with too, that better suits what they're trying to achieve and where they're trying to go with that. We will also work with teachers to create a valid game for the classroom. So we would take the game to the teacher, ask them, is this the game you would use? They'll either say yes or no, but they might even say like, yeah, but what if it did this instead? And so we work with teachers as well, and also working with speakers to maintain the accuracy of the language. Image work we do a lot with too, and the phonetic pronunciations or audio mini apps. And this is something I was getting to. Not every language I have learned can be phonetically pronounced without changing the entire writing system. And so we're coming up with a solution to that, which is listening is the best way to learn. Hearing the audio, being able to see an image in front of you. And so we're creating audio mini apps where you have the game, you can download an app, maybe if you don't have access to online work again, or if you don't have a phone. We also have ideas about MP3 downloads, CDs, anything that makes it possible for you to be able to hear the audio being played. And that is something that would accompany every game as well. So also play testing. So then after all this is done, the game has its prototype, we play test it, either with a community, a bunch of people, one-on-one, however we work. This is an embarrassing video of me and my husband that is also online, where him and I are trying, this is for the first time, this is a very old version of Picking Berries, where we're trying to see, can you actually play a game inside of a language that you've never spoken before and learn? And so this is it was a 2-hour video cut down to 2 minutes. I promise you it's only 2 minutes long. So in this game, we're talking back and forth using conversation cards. That's kind of what these green cards are. This is an older, like I said, this is like a 1.0 version of this game. And all we're doing is we're speaking in the trade language. My husband had never spoken in Blackfoot before. He'd actually never spoken in a native, another language before besides English. So for 2 hours, he was immersed inside of Blackfoot. And he learned as he was going on. He said, like, you know, I was inside the language. I learned a lot. I stopped looking at my cards sometimes because then I just knew. And that's kind of when we realized this is a great idea. This will work. This can happen. And so I will, like, if you guys ever, if anyone goes and looks at this, it's on YouTube or Vimeo. We're not native speakers, and I know our pronunciations are wrong. This was just to show that this is something that can work, and we can do it. So just, that's my disclaimer. I like to tell everybody. So, did I talk really fast? No. All right, so what I'm trying to say is that inside of a classroom, there are many different ways to teach. And that works. And then we have technology like online lessons, apps. So much is available, so many opportunities are available for that to be able to get built. So we take the classroom plus technology, and then we add the incorporation of having these students take games home with them, take games home with them, to teach their families, to play with their friends. This is one way I was thinking that we could actually spread the language, spread culture, spread history, start teaching each other how more about what history should really be taught and the way it should be taught. And that, does anyone have any questions? I'm pretty much done. Yes, Cheney?
When you talk about the games going home, how difficult is it for, what would the learning process maybe be for the parents to know how to play it? Could the kids just take the game home and start playing it, or would there be
Probably depending on the age level of the child or the student. I mean, a college student, yeah, I would say, of course they could. A younger kid, I'm not sure. That's not something we've tested before. It's a theory I have. But one thing that we are going to do is make online tutorials. And so that's going to be something, now that I'm back and I'm slowing down, that's something I'm working on this week. So in this coming week, there's going to be an online tutorial for every game that we've created. That'll be a simple format. So parents can be like, oh, how do I play this game with my kid as he's trying to teach me? Because that could go one way or the other, depending on, 8-year-old trying to teach me a game. I know it's not mom. So yeah, that's a great question. Were you going to add to that, Brandon? Okay. Any other questions? All right. Well, I do have samples if anyone wants to take a look at them. I did bring them with me after Ophelia's talk. And I think that's all I got. Thank you, guys. That was really cool that I did it.
Okay, we'll take another short break and continue with our keynote speaker's presentation at 3:50. So if you guys have to use the restroom or want to talk to any of the previous presenters, now would be the time to do so. Thank you. Well, we will be ending a little bit before schedule, if that's fine with everybody's agenda. All right, so there's t-shirts and raffle tickets available at the front. T-shirts are $15 and the raffle tickets are $10. We have a couple really nice pieces of art for the raffle. Also 2 tickets to the Gabriel Iglesias comedy show tomorrow evening, with also 2 $25 gift cards and 1 $10 gift card to Starbucks. So feel free to buy a raffle ticket. And there's water out front if anybody needs to hydrate.
Yeah, she Yeah. Good job.
Yeah, no, I definitely would. You know, the reason I kind of got my idea, and I worked with somebody, she went to, what do you call it? So I was talking to somebody over there, and she actually went through books, right, and counted how many times that they actually even do correct, right? So she just critiqued like about 6 or 7 states. Just crazy. I'm trying to think of ideas. I did another version. Something like that. It's like a concept of it. What's the name of that? I've seen that. That's like growing up. Like, no. Oh, I know, right?
That's me. Yeah, you let me talk. It's like, give me 20 people to talk to for 2 hours.
It's like, I really had the whole genetic version of the iceberg. We always get down, go back to the iceberg.
There's like a there's like nothing Oh, there was a big change from the last one, right? Oh my God, he walked around like it was so, like it was such a scary place to be, right? And then the Prime Minister comes out now, he's just walking around and shaking people's hands like,
Remember they had him in
oh, it's really not that scary. He's like awesome, you know, like he's done so much in like the university, right? He's supported. It's like, and people are actually paying attention.
Well, they're seeing how that will trickle down here.
It's like 50% women.
Yeah, we just talked about that.
Yeah, you got one. Right? Justice. And then you've got.
I don't know about acting in court.
Just being important.
Yeah. So that was just like, just compared to.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
I really like, I forget if it was, I think it was probably Sterling.
Because it's 2015.
No, it's true.
Exactly.
You have so many women that really with that. For some reason.
Yeah.
You're afraid of people who think about you.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
I really like it.
Yeah. So it was like.
I'm gonna try to bring him up to our school.
informing.
Yeah.
Seems like you're interested.
I like that stuff.
Bringing up this.
You don't think you can all?
He's a rider, he's a pretty big rider. We're shooting for the stars for this.
That sounds good.
So you're sitting in on this thing?
Yeah. Yeah, I just got done with work. Watching it on YouTube.
Was this on?
Yeah, streaming. Yep.
Thank you. How about you?
Yeah. Oh, shit, they got more grades. So you can't be counting that because now I'm going to.
Yeah.
Well, you gotta
No, it's not. Teachers have to know. They gotta know it's
My favorite it's really nice. It really kind of gets
Really? Yeah, I say no. I know. I think you don't like this.
unaware of
I don't mind and then I get I was going to pre-injection work take care of them.
That's first thing gets into that
Yeah.
That's funny how that, but it wasn't like that on the screen that I had, that I was thinking.
I can fix it.
It's no big deal.
I hope everything is.
On a serious note, I got an email from Jennifer Goff asking about yeah, and I think they want to put too much in. They want to do an original program or something. She didn't say, she said, yeah, so I told her to call me. She's gonna come see us. Over you.
I was aware of it, yeah. When you were talking.
On one side of the building, see, and I was working out.
I'd like to talk to you. I didn't even think of you. I think it's really interesting. You might have a hard time. Yeah, I'm still. That's fine. And
Oh, you did? Oh, my.
this is what I was asking you about. Yeah, finally got it. It's on there now. Today, got it.
Where's that dictionary? Read it now.
Yeah.
No, he didn't.
So there's a whole I know, I can see it. Hear how many have it. And they were saying.
We got 1 minute.
Really?
Dustin. Dustin.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
You don't have anybody to help out with
Well, there's so many different arenas. Oh, yeah.
All right. Isso, Cássio.
Oh, yeah.
All right, I'd like to introduce our keynote speaker for the day. We're very honored to have her join us in Montana. I know the weather might be a little bit colder than what she's come from, but Ofelia Zepeda is the author of the only pedagogical textbook on the Tohono O'odham language, a Papago grammar, a book she wrote as part of the language course she developed some years ago. She is also the co-author of the article Derived Words in Tohono O'odham, published in the International Journal of American Linguistics. Her research and publication also extends into more interdisciplinary fields of language study. She is the lead author of the article The Condition of Native American Languages in the United States, published in Diogenes, and is co-author of the paper for the book Responsibility and Evidence in Oral Discourse, edited by Dr. Jane Hill. The paper is titled Miss Patrico's Trouble, the Distribution of Responsibility in an Account of Personal Experience. Ofelia also contributed the foreword to the book A Community of Writers, edited by Dr. Yetta Goodman. She has also guest co-edited the journals, the Bilingual Research Journal and the International Journal of Sociology of Language. Ophelia's teachings include regular course on a Tohono O'odham language, as well as grammar, as well as general undergraduate and graduate courses on the survey of American Indian languages and the structure of the O'odham language. Her teaching, like her research and publications, is also interdisciplinary. She has taught courses for the American Indian Studies program, the English department, and the Division of Language, Reading and Culture in the College of Education. Courses there have included a seminar on oral tradition, American Indian literature, and language and culture in education. Ophelia's research and teaching interests are supported by her involvement in the American Indian Language Development Institute, AILDI. She is a co-founder of the AILDI and is currently a co-coordinator and facility member in the Institute. AILDI is a summer institute offering courses to educators and potential educators working with American Indian communities, as well as educators working with multicultural publications across the United States. The AILDI has been in existence for 14 years and is currently sponsored by the Division of Language, Reading and Culture, the American Indian Studies Program, and Department of Linguistics. Finally, Ofelia is a poet, writing in her native language. She is the author of 2 books of poetry, Ocean Power, Poems from the Desert, and Mother Earth Movements. She has edited a volume of poetry, Marketed of Jew, When It Rains, and co-edited Home Places, Contemporary Native American Writings from Sun Tracks. Ofelia was also a section editor for the collection of Arizona tribal literature, The South Corner of Time. For 10 years, she served as a member of the Literary Advisory Council Committee for Sun Tracks, a Native American literary publication. She is currently the series editor of Sun Tracks. And tongue twisting. So I'd like to introduce our keynote speaker. We're very honored to have her, Dr. Ofelia Zepeda.
Pagi sapa baju mata NUI hak Jesse McPiao ya pom journey up mình không mua ya chỉ và mình được một quay say circuit bên nhà nhớ đi thì mình gom chít him don ở tầm hai chỗ được cả chít cả hồ cái đầm ba cả chục son chít hay game mà ba cả cái đầm mà chỉ mà cái đầm như pháp ta abe chỉ pháp chụp cái and si circuit mình nắp được ya chưa giàu sam journey giàu sam worm nhỏ một hai chơi oi chít ita commerce ở tầm how much come hachikten. So it's my pleasure to be here today, and I express my appreciation to my friend Jesse for the invitation. I was here earlier this year when it wasn't cold, and so I'm very happy to be back. I have good friends, longtime friends who are here in Missoula, so I'm always happy. And then of course I have new friends as well here in Missoula, so I'm happy to have been invited to today's event, today and tomorrow's event. I am Donna Autumn, and I'm coming from, as they say, from Donna, from the desert. Currently, I live in Tucson, or Tucson, which is an Autumn place. It's now a city, but of course it used to be an Autumn, and still is an Autumn settlement. And so that's where I live and work at the University of Arizona. And so I just restated that. So I appreciated the words that Jesse provided you on much of my background. And my work has primarily been through the University of Arizona. And so many of the things that he mentioned is just because of my position there at that campus. I have been there at that campus for many, many, many years. I went there as to go to school. I transferred from a junior college near our home, and so that was my first university experience. And I did my undergraduate degree there, and my master's degree, and my doctorate. And then I got a job there, a temporary job initially for a few years. And then I was hired in our linguistics department, and have been there ever since. And, you know, you never know what, other faculty are saying when they're thinking about hiring somebody. So I think I was just in a unique position with somebody who had a linguistics degree and who was from that area, basically where our language is from, our traditional land and so forth. And so of course it made sense to keep the work of the language there at that particular campus. And so I'm sure that that had a lot to do with my getting that position there. And I've been very fortunate to be able to do many of the things that I'm able to do with language from that position at the university. And the nice thing about the university is that it is very close to our community, the O'odham community, which has several reservations. The closest one to Tucson is only about 15 miles down the road, which is the San Javier community or village. And then the main reservation is about 60 miles west of Tucson. So it's, it's a commutable place. So O'odham people shift back and forth from reservation to the city and for different reasons, go to school and jobs and so forth. So it's a good place to be with regard to, especially language work and so forth. What I thought I would do today, because the conference is a student run by Sacred Roots, the organization, and I anticipated, students being here. So of course we have students and then community members and so forth. What I thought I would do was, because I have been involved in language work for the whole time that I've been a student, actually, when I was an undergraduate student, is when I started working on language, basically my own language. And that's when people were still speakers of the language. That is, you had children going, coming into school that were speaking the language. And this was common in Arizona, certainly was common in Montana. I know all the languages here in Montana. Many of them shared that kind of history, where the language was very much intact in, the 1960s and 70s and so forth. And anyway, but because my work, like I said, with language started when I was just a young woman as an undergraduate student. And like I said, it was not just on mine. And because of where I sit, that is, to me, sometimes I feel like I'm sitting on the top of this pole and I see things happening. And then other times I'm in that whole arena, the things that I can see sitting up there. And that's the advantage of being at a university, having, and also being Native, having the I think, privilege of being able to step outside of what's going on, and then also being able to be in the midst of it. Being O'odham, being Native, I can be with the people. I know what they're going through. I know the issues most of the time, or I understand them. I can understand them. And then I can also step back. I can step back as a researcher, and sometimes I'm required to step back so I can objectively speak about these things. And so you said, I've just had this great experience when it came to language. So I've seen a lot from those two venues. And also I've seen a lot just because of the time that I've been in it, meaning that I admit I've been around for a long time. So I've just, seen it and experienced it as well. And so what I want to do today, and it is, it can be a very long history, but I took out a chunk of time, and of course it's not going to be very detailed. It's just going to be a sketch. And the chunk of time I took out is sort of like parts of sort of little windows into the experiences and into the events that have occurred with regard to language efforts, and also with regard to just the situation of language in general. So I'm not going to go very far back. For some of you who are fairly young, it's probably going to be like ancient history. 1960s, like, when was that? So anyway, so like I said, I'm just picking chunks of time and come up to the present as quickly as I can. And this essentially, like I said, is most of it is the span of time that, for me as an adult, what I saw occurring with regard to language. And so that's why I chose this title, These Multiple Dimensions. That's what I mean, there's different ways to look at it, depending on where you're at in the events around whether it was language loss or language shift or whatever you want to call it, and then up to the present day. So there's different experiences that people bring to it, different experiences that they've been through with regard to the history of either their own language, some of which we heard today in some of the presentations, and many of them resonate with me. One of the women here this morning that was saying that people in different parts of the same language community all doing different things, but this disconnect happening. And I can't tell you how many times I've heard that over the last 35 years. It's something that's very difficult to address or even to try and fix. And it is very challenging. So anyway, as a way of beginning this kind of journey, and I like too that some of the speakers spoke about journey, which I think for Indian community, that's sort of critical, because your life is essentially that. And that there's different things that are significant in these journeys. And anyway, so that's one way that I'm looking at this, taking these chunks of points in time and covering some of the things that have occurred with regard to language. And so with that, what I'm going to do is start with the beginning of mine, some of my early memories of language. And for those of you that don't know, and again, we were talking this earlier about history and what we know and what we don't know, and what sometimes we present out there and it's inaccurate. And so we have to be careful and be critical of what we put out there, because we want it to be as accurate as possible. Anyway, so I want to start with my one of my early memories. And the way that I like to do this is I like to read you a part of an essay that I did a few years ago about part of my life. And what I was going to say is, those of you that are not aware of our tribe, Tohono our land, traditional homeland is much of southern Arizona and also extends into northern Sonora, Mexico. And the U.S.-Mexico border, it cuts through our reservation, and so the tribe is split, some of the tribes up here with Canada. Anyway, so some of the O'odham that came into Arizona, mostly for economic reasons in the 1930s and 40s, settled off reservation. And the reason you settle off reservation is because the reservation, the way it's set up, is basically traditional lands and villages for certain groups of O'odham. And if you're not from that particular village, you can't just walk in and, settle. Because that's not your home. You're O'odham, but it's not your home. And so many of the O'odham that came in from Sonora settled in the border towns around the reservation. And our family was one such family. Our traditional home is in Sonora, Mexico. And So our parents settled off reservation. They're only about 2 miles from the northern part of the O'odham reservation. And even though we were off reservation, it was like a little neighborhood. And the row of houses that we were in, we were all related. You know, my aunt and uncle lived on this side, and my other aunt and uncle. And so we were like a little village. And we were off reservation. If you're familiar with Southern Arizona, it's high agricultural economy. And back then, when I was growing up, it was cotton farming economy. That was the big thing. And so our parents, and many of them did this as well. They did farm labor for those cotton farmers. And my father did that. He retired from that kind of work. And I've written about that work in essays and poems because it is a very different lifestyle than, say, if you're O'odham and you live on the reservation. It's a very different experience. And so it's a unique experience. And so anyway, the essay, the little piece I'm going to read to you is based in that setting of working in the cotton fields all day and then going home and starting up again the next day. But those, like I said, are some of my early memories of language. So first I'm going to read you this piece of the essay, and then I just want to make some comments about it. While the adults carried out the day-to-day labors of the fields, they seemed to remain busy mentally. They practiced the mental exercises of filtering their memories of songs, ritual oratory, and the images of ceremonial rounds through their minds. They would run it back and forth again, much like playing and rewinding a tape of what they knew. They did this so that they would not be the first ones to forget. They bobbed their heads to the quiet beat and rhythm of songs that they must have remembered but never sang in such settings as a cotton field. They held this part of the language close to them. They watched each other across the rows of cotton, and on catching one another's eyes, they would give a brief smile, knowing what the other was running through their mind. They knew, especially the men, they knew that they would be called on to sing or pray in this one language that was theirs, a language they knew was given to them for this purpose. And how do I know that this is what was going on in their minds while they worked? How do I know, or how did I know that the songs were being quietly sung while they did their back-breaking work? I know because at the end of the day, when we sat at our evening meal or sat outside under the stars to begin our rest for the evening, they would talk. They talked and talked into the night. They lay awake, unbothered by the long days of labor they had put in. They talked about what they were running through their minds while they worked. My uncle would sometimes sing the song they had been quietly vocalizing. He sang it for all of us in our family circle under the stars. In their talk, they explained things to one another, clarifying for each other, supporting each other's remembrances of certain practices and the rituals. This was their talk that would take them far into the night and then finally to sleep. This is what I listened to in the darkness. As a listener, I was only a distant participant. I heard everything, but didn't understand everything. I lacked their experience, their knowledge of this ritual life that they had been living since young adulthood. My time would come. I listened and fell asleep to the rhythm of their comforting voices, their quiet, familiar laughter. With the morning star in the horizon, the sun not yet even a dim light, I would be urged to wake. In the still darkened morning, as I prepared to wake, I would hear them talking in the echo of the last of the darkness. Their voices only slightly hoarse from sleep, but simultaneously clear. Perhaps it only seemed that way in the intense quiet of dawn. They would be they would be still on this they would still be on the same subject that I fell asleep listening to. They were still repeating things over and over. Yeah, natap masma poche, anatap masma. My sister, isn't this the way our father would say it? Or was it this way? Ahaw, osapap tapche, apchiksak chikto, apshakay ni mokitpa. Yes, yes, you had it right the first time. You have a good memory. You sound just like him. This talk in the language that happened all around me as a child, as a young person, it stayed with me. It stayed with me even after I learned the English language, which happened when I was around 8 years old. I learned English only after I was put in school, and in that era, English was only for school since no one else at home had any use for it. I left this language on the school bus when it dropped me off by the road, and I walked home with brothers, sisters, and cousins, all of us shifting comfortably back into autumn. Walking just a few yards to the house, we transformed by the time we reached the front door. This ability to transform enabled me to remain a participant of all the things my language had to offer me while growing up. And the reason I wanted to share that memory is because when many people spoke the language, not just Autumn, but, say the languages up here as well. When people spoke the language, they spoke it, for general communication and so forth. But when you think about it, you know that they were also, in their own way, doing a lot of language maintenance. They were doing a lot of language documentation. It was all oral at the time. And we know this, or you know this, because singers have to practice what they're going to sing. They may not sing it out loud every time. They might be singing it in their head. Storytellers, they aren't always telling the story orally, but they're running it through their head a lot of the time. And that is a part of the documentation in a sense, the oral part of it. And so people were doing that kind of work, language documentation, recording language, practicing language, rehearsing it, and of course, passing it on. And so we think that we're doing, not necessarily something new today, but we think we're doing something to benefit the language now because they are endangered by documenting, by trying to maintain certain parts of it or as much of it as possible. When it was happening all this time, the whole time. And so my own little memory that I shared here with you about my uncles and my mother and my aunts who worked the cotton fields, that they were practicing their songs, and we have what's called oratory. They're formal speeches that are part of summer ritual for us. They have to memorize these things. They have to know them. And so, they're practicing them all the time. You don't, like I said, you don't see them. You don't, they don't make a big deal of it, but they're doing it all the time. And only, every now and then, like I said, in the evening, sometimes, our uncle would sing something for them. And they helped each other. They supported each other's memories. And you know that people do this all the time. You do it in English, and so you can do it in any of the languages, supporting each other's memories and forms of language. So the early activity for me as I look back with regard to maintaining the language, documenting the language, was happening with the people who only spoke that language. And in an environment where everybody spoke that language, so it was going on even before the languages became endangered. And it was probably something that was going on, way before then as well. So we're doing, some of this activity now, trying to maintain the language, trying to document it, trying to revitalize or recover it, or, whatever term you want to use. But we're doing it now for a different reason. But like you said, people have been doing it for quite some time. And so I think about this activity sort of occurring in sort of a different situation in a different time. So anyway, like I said, it was part of an essay and based on my own experience. So I'm going to share with you, like I said, some of the different places of language and language work. And I call it unexpected. I call it, sort of multi-faceted. And I think it has to be that way. It can't just be one way. And so my essay piece that I read to you was, my home experience. And one of the speakers this afternoon that was saying, that his your grandma, you didn't know your grandma spoke until she left, her home. And so, so people have different memories and different experiences of language and home. And I guess it's good to know and to accept it. And part of it is like one of our other speakers spoke about the trauma and the shame of language. So once you know the language situation regarding your home, you know it and accept it, not necessarily make excuses for it, accept it, and then move forward. And so it's, I think it's important to acknowledge it, no matter what it is. And a couple of, people were sharing some of their experiences with language with me during the break. Also, early schooling, again, as I told you, where I grew up, off reservation, and then my parents being originally from the Mexican side of the country, at least, we had no one in our family ever went to school. No one had the boarding school experience at all. And so my brothers and sisters were the first generation to start going to school. And all of us started school only speaking Oda. And we went to a little public school down the road from our home. And I never thought about it at all, what my experience was going to school in language until I went to the university and I was an undergraduate student. And there was this researcher there. When she found out I was bilingual in Autumn and English, and then being at a university as a student, she asked me to be part of a little study she was doing about bilingual students. And one of the questions that stuck with me, I don't remember any of the other questions she asked me from her survey, but the only one I remember was how I felt about not knowing English when I was in an all English speaking classroom. And I had to admit, I had very little memory of that, of not knowing English at all. Not that it was a supportive environment or anything like that. What I remember was those of us that didn't speak English, we just all sat together, sort of in the back, and almost did nothing all day long because we didn't know what we were supposed to be doing. And I'm sure that didn't last very long. It just seemed like all year long we just sat in the back. We went every day and just sat in the back. Didn't know what was going on. But eventually, and this is where that, what we now call, immersion. That's what was going on. We were sitting back there and everything around you was in English. And eventually it started to make sense. And so all of us, my brothers and sisters and I, the only English language experience and people we spoke to in English, once we learned it, was in school. So our first English models and our first English teachers were from the school, because no one at home used English at all. And so we were not influenced by other people trying to speak English, because there's something that happens to your English when you learn from somebody who doesn't speak English very well. And it's very difficult to correct. So anyway, so that early study, that little study I was in, she kind of forced me to bring back that memory, because her hypothesis was that I had a traumatic experience of trying to learn English. And I didn't. I think because they left us alone. And I know the teachers didn't know what to do with us, and our way of dealing with us was just to leave us alone, and we did minimal stuff in the classroom. But just because of the language issue. And like I said, eventually we all learned. And I think also too, as I think about it, our brothers and sisters, we had a big family, our cousins, we were all kind of in the same grade or real close to each other. We just clumped together, and we were our own support system, and we, helped each other eventually figure out English. And so, like I said, probably that prevented it from being a traumatic experience. And so watching, and listening to parents and, how they talked about language. I mean, not deliberately talk about language, but when they're practicing songs, they're asking each other about songs, about the oratory, about the ceremonial layout of places, those types of things, about, understanding what's happening to you. Much later though, when you're in all English speaking classroom and you understand nothing, sort of paying attention to that as an adult, for me, it has been valuable, not only as a researcher, but personally. I believe I can say that I have not had as traumatic experience when it came to language. There are other parts though that were very traumatic. Some of you all were talking earlier about the racism that goes on. Arizona is horrible. Montana, the different policies you have regarding language now and the funding with language. I think that's very exciting. Arizona is horrible. I don't know what's going to happen there with regard to language and the tribes, but it's not a very supportive setting at all. So there's other parts of it that is definitely traumatic, but from my memory, I think language was not as much so. And I'm aware only as an outsider of the history of the traumatic experience from the boarding school experience. Okay, so the chunks of time that I'm talking about, the 1960s, 70s, and 80s. 1960s, elementary school year, 70s, high school, and 80s going into college, at least for me. And one thing that I look back on, and even though we were just all the families stuck out in the desert, things like the civil rights movement and American Indian movement kind of knocked on our door unexpectedly. And I think because we were off reservation, we were very poor, we were very rural, people wanted to help you. And, if those of you recall, there was this whole thing about dealing with poverty in America. We were the poverty in America. And so white people and other ethnic groups came knocking at our door wanting to help us. One of the unkindest things they did, though, one time was a group came and looked at how unhealthy our living environment was. We had an outhouse because we had no plumbing, so we had to have an outhouse. They came and quarantined the outhouse because they said it was unhealthy. And so we're like, well, where did we go? They put this big tape on it and stuff, said it was quarantine, we were not supposed to use it. After they left, we took the tape off and kept using it. But, they meant well, but it didn't turn out right. But anyway, those kinds of things seem to make an impact. And it made an impact on me once I was in high school. And again, just real quick, history on my high schooling is I was the first one to go to high school and finish. I had one brother that started, but my father told him to stop because he had to go to work. But they let me go and I finished. And we had a counselor, again, trying to serve the Indian and treat us well. She wanted to make sure that we went to a college. And, we're living in Arizona, and she wanted to send us to Kansas, to Haskell, when Haskell was a junior college. And there was no way that a family like mine would let us go that far away. So I didn't go. I stayed nearby. And again, all these kind of odd experiences along the way because, you're Indian, you're poor, you're rural. And for us, we were also considered migrants because of the type of labor that we did, which was seasonal work. And so college, because again, we were rural and living out, in a rural setting, there was funding for families of that kind of setting. And so I was eligible for funding as a migrant worker, as a rural migrant worker. And that's helped to fund part of my early college experience. And the whole notion, and which is a whole long story as well that I don't want to get into now, is just why, I ended up going to college. But going to college, the experience initially was very, very interesting because the first people that we met, I don't know why, it just seemed that way. Some of the first faculty that we met, or maybe they were looking for us or looking at us as well, were the anthropologists. And the University of Arizona, a lot of the anthropologists there, a lot of their early work was on Southwest tribes. They, that whole university has this huge reputation because of the archaeological and early ethnographic work that was done on the tribes of Arizona, southern Arizona in particular. So there were quite a few researchers there that had done work on my tribe. And so we just kind of ran into each other, or else they found us. And there weren't that many of them at that campus anyway. And so we found each other. And so we had these early contacts. And with them, they led me to what was there about our tribe, the literature, the research that was there, and then that was there at that particular campus because the work was done there as well. And so as a student, I had the opportunity, of course, to be able to access a lot of these things. And a lot of these things, some of the practices that I know my parents knew and that I wasn't supposed to be accessing because I'm either a woman or I'm too young. It was there, but it was there in print. And some of it was there in the language as well. There were some linguists or anthropologists actually that had worked on the language very early on, and they collected a lot of things in the language. And those things that were collected in the language were very good. They were quite accurate. And I would check out those documents and I took them home to my parents. And I was hesitant to show it to them because I wasn't sure what they would say. And so I finally showed it to them. And this was one particular book that was on a ritual that's from both my parents' home village. That's a very, very important ritual. And this little book described the whole ritual and it even had photographs in it. And the book was published like in the 1930s. And I took it home and my mother and my father and a couple of my uncles happened to be there and I showed it to them. At first they got very upset because it just bothered them that it was in a book. And then they started looking at the pictures. And even though all the ritual dancers, they had these masks on, these ritual masks on, after a while, my mother and my uncles started looking at those pictures, and the dancers were all men, and they got very involved in looking at the book, and they started naming all the people in the photographs. Even though the people had masks on, the way they knew who the people were was the position they had in the line dance, which is something that anthropologists did not know. So we're like, ooh. so I learned something by taking something home in that way and accessing it. And a lot of O'odham language was in that text as well because, some of the ritual phrases and words and things like that were, written out. And I couldn't read all of them at the time. But later I figured it out and I'd ask my father and he'd kind of explain it to me. So my early exposure to the documentation that people had produced on all of them, I accessed when I was like 19 and 20 years old. And again, it's just an unexpected event in having a part or participating in language work by others. And we can be critical, but then there's some good things there. And I found it, like I said, in linguistic documents, ethnographic work, also in literature and poetry. And you have to look everywhere. You can't, just be looking in linguistic textbooks. This part was a very significant part of many of, especially educators, language educators' work. Montana, the Crow people had Crow friends back then. I had some, the other tribes that were very, very active in schools. Same thing in the Southwest and all across the United States, very active in schools where they were using schools to promote, to reinforce language and culture. And so you had that earlier discussion about teaching Indian history in the schools. This era did that work very, very well. The reason they did that work very, very well is because in the case of some of these schools, they were controlled by the tribe. And so the tribe said, what will be in the classroom, what the curriculum content will be, the cultural and linguistic or language content, what will be. And they had committees that oversaw all the content, so for accuracy and appropriateness and relevance for different age groups and development. And anyway, so these guys did this very, very well, and a lot of them had different types of funding. And this was the whole era of bilingual education and multicultural education. And at this point, I was in graduate school, and some of this work helped sort of set me in the direction of being a teacher, a language teacher for language teachers. That is, say for instance, if you have a bilingual school or classroom on the reservation, the autumn teacher not only has to be a speaker of the language, but they also have to know how to read and write. And so I got those teachers in my classroom. So my first autumn language classes were speakers. All I had to do was teach them how to read and write. And then they were back in the school. And this happened all across the United States. And that's why you have a generation of people that retired just a few years ago, and the rest are retiring right now. And those were your first or early bilingual teachers. And also at that time, when I was in graduate school, the Language Institute that Jesse mentioned in my introduction was started, and it was primarily to support the language teachers that were in the school. So at this point, people across the United States and probably Canada as well were using schools as the vehicle for promoting language in a lot of different ways. And then something happened. The politics of the country, the politics of states, and the language started shifting really quickly. I mean, we saw this in Arizona, and it was kind of almost like overnight. And probably the same thing happened here in Montana. You had language communities where the children in the 1970s and 1980s, children were still coming to school speaking a lot of the language. So you still had bicultural, bilingual classrooms for them. By law, you had to have them. And then there was this shift, started moving away from the language to English. I mean, that shift was always happening for a lot of different reasons, economic reasons, family reasons, boarding school trauma, where your parents, if they were victims of that trauma, and they did not promote the language in the family. So those shifts were happening already. But at this point in time, it started to happen much faster. And some people blame technology being television. A lot of Indian families we didn't have TV for a long, long time. And there are some places that were getting television. Some places that used to be inaccessible were getting, access through satellite, VCRs and things like that, videotaping and so on. So they were accessing English more readily than ever before. But there are also lots of other things. There were also policies. There were policy movements in the United States and state by state. And the Southwest is notorious for this. You had the English-only movement in the 1980s that was very, very effective. And it's still ongoing now. And that impacts policy in school and anything that's funded by the state or the federal government, depending on the laws. The impact of things like that were tribal language policy, and then of course the very famous Native American Languages Act, NALA. So any of your language programs, your tribes have ever gotten funding from ANA grants, it's because of the Native American Languages Act. Tribal language policies also were put in place. A lot of them were sort of feel-good policies. They don't have much teeth to them, but they're good to have to enforce other areas of language when a tribe has their own policy. So many of us that work in language, we were all involved in all of this activity. And so that's just a real quick window on that. And then of course, with that huge shift happening so fast, we have the term endangered languages. And I tell the story of how the term endangered languages or endangered got placed on language. And this occurred at the end of the 1980s. Our friends from Hawaii were in Arizona, and they had just made Hawaiian official language of the state. And in our discussions about the Native American, what would become the Native American Languages Act, we were trying to figure out terminology that would be catchy, that would bring attention to Native American languages at that time. And so we looked at the documents that are out there, have been there for quite some time on Endangered Species Act. And that's for animals and plant life and so forth. And how valuable people see animals, plant life, and how you move to try and save those things or create new settings for them so that they thrive and support them. And the federal government and the state government can put funding towards those kinds of activities. And so we thought of language in that context, that it can become an endangered item thing, because you can't go anywhere else in the world to find, the O'odham language. You can't go anywhere else in the world except, the Four Corners area to find, Diné or Hopi, Paiute, Black Crow, Indian. You can't go anywhere else. There's the only place. And so when it's gone here, it's gone for good. And the same thing, that's how they think about plants and animals. And so you want to protect them. And so our discussion led to that, to use the term endangered languages. And that was the term that was first used as we talked about the Native American Languages Act that became policy. And if you don't know the Native Language Act, the Native American Languages Act, if you don't know that document, I would strongly encourage that you get to know it. Not just because you're a student, but for anybody as a community member from a tribe, because it can help you, not just regard to language, but education, cultural protection, and so forth. So it's a good document to have in place. As we sadly, are in this, at this point of having nearly all the languages of the United States considered endangered. You know, people have created different ways of trying to deal or accommodate it. And I just list a few of them here. And I know, you know, the different tribes here in Montana have a lot of these in place or have tried different ones. And the thing is, there is no one approach, you know, that will work for everyone. Right now, we have strong evidence, of course, for language immersion, that it is the method that will actually produce a speaker if you do it right. Okay, that's the trick to it, if you do it right. All the others are all, you know, different types of approaches for promoting and trying to create speakers. And different ones work for different situations and so forth. So this is where we're at now, these different methods, and then different spaces for those methods. Schools, some that are charter schools. Charter schools are very active because you have a certain amount of control for these charter schools, and so you can promote language and culture at some of these charter schools. Certainly tribally controlled schools have been very effective, but they have huge challenges of the ones that we are familiar with. Also, many of these efforts are take place in the community, at the tribal community level. And some are tribally supported, some are not. And then, of course, there's ones where people just take it upon themselves to do something. You know, just one person at a time, 2 people at a time. And that's fine as well. We've seen some of those efforts being very successful over time. So when I just want to end with the understanding that everyone has something to contribute to whatever the effort might be with regard to language and whatever the goal might be for language. And of course, you know, your primary players are going to be the speakers. And then people will always question, or else people who don't speak the language will doubt as to how helpful they can be in language recovery, language maintenance effort. And I think that they can be very helpful in those settings as well. So you should never turn away, you know, those people who are not speakers of the language. Then there are those in some of the literature that call it rememberers. And there are the people who know a lot. They remember a lot, but they can only tell you about it in English. And even though they tell you about it in English, if you put a person like that who only talks about it in English in a group of speakers, the speakers sometimes don't remember everything, you know. Yeah, everybody can't know and remember everything. And that's why it takes, you know, different people to sort of help bring things together. So when rememberers sit around and bring up things, and even though they're talking about it in English, the speakers, it'll trigger something, you know, in the language, and it'll help, you know, bring that back. And so speaking about things in English and helping it revive, you know, kind of pull it out of somebody who is a speaker is very, very effective. And it makes it a safe place for everybody to participate, you know, for non-speakers to participate and be part of that kind of dialogue. Same thing with young people. Young people who may or may not be speakers, they ask questions, so they ask questions that adults, and especially speakers of the language, might not think as an important question or relevant question. So when they ask questions, it again supports the overall effort. And of course, you have any number of researchers out there in a number of fields. So, we heard a range earlier today, the different backgrounds that people are coming from. I think if they're the right kind of researcher, people who want to share it and people who are interested in doing quality work and willing to work with community people and so forth, because not all researchers want to do that. That's not what they do, and you shouldn't expect them to. Sometimes you can re-educate them, and they'll be, more beneficial. But anyway, so you have to be, careful and selective about, the different types of researchers that you want to, where you want to take advantage of the type of work that they do. And I've known some, excellent partnerships and collaborative work by non-native researchers and tribal language efforts or community language efforts. So anyway, so it's, it's a system, and there are many others as well. I just only listed a few examples here. And then I just close again, going back to my own family, and just sort of relate it back to the journey that I've had and the journeys that our family has had with regard to the literal journey, moving from one place to another to live. And then the journey that they've gone through with language, something that's parts of it that was unintentional. They were just speakers. They were talking about language, talking about songs, remembering things, reinforcing things for each other. That was important to them. And they, of course, were unaware that, because it was not their intention, I don't think, that their children, myself and my brothers and sisters, that even though we were just sort of hanging out on the edges, playing probably, we absorbed a lot of what they had to say to each other. And a lot of it, certainly shaped the way that we grew up and the way that we think about ourselves and the way that we know who we are. And then, of course, it helped to instill, that language and some of that knowledge within us as we grew up. And so it's not easy. It wasn't easy for our parents to force themselves to remember, especially when they had to work so hard physically just to make ends meet, every day. But remembering things, practicing things had to be done. And so that's what I mean by being hard work. And and they were good at it. They were good at it for their whole lives because it was important. And in the end, the way they did things, the way they practiced the language, the way that they talked about the language, helped each other, taught each other things, to me, they were good guides for us. They were good models for us. And, and that's something that families can do. And like I said, that's certainly what they did for me and my brothers and sisters. And you can still, this can still happen, even though the language might be limited in the family, but to use what and sort of continuing to build on it. And, again, like I said, it's not easy work. And in the end, your children or the people around you that hear you, it's good for them. It's a good model, just like we heard this morning too. other people, being examples for each other. So I'll stop there and we have a minute for questions. Thank you very much.
I'm going to thank you for that, and especially the rememberers. So often in our communities, older ones don't want to share their stories because they feel they have nothing to contribute. But there's an incredible richness in them telling their story, because then it brings up, like you said, all the hard work that they have to do just to get where they are today. So yeah, I think that's really important. And then the other comment I want to make is, in Montana, we don't have charter schools. There's been a big political debate, probably Dustin can comment on that. But that's one of the things we don't have here, is the charter schools.
Arizona runs rampant with charter schools. Too many of them, and some of them are not very good. It's a double-edged sword.
So like I had mentioned earlier, I'm kind of new to the whole implementation of overseeing this immersion school, and I'm actually an educator, and I've taught for the Browning Public School District for 10 years, so I do have an education background. I am currently an administrator now, so I'm pretty embedded in terms of education and looking at things from that perspective. And so kind of coming here, I wanted to take from this as I was kind of reading through some of the things that were presented, things that would be beneficial to me, because I know that going up against revitalizing the language, or whatever you want to, the term you want to use to bring back this language. And, taking this job now of kind of overseeing this immersion program is a couple of obstacles here. And I know I actually have my immersion teacher here, and we talk about policy. And, all of our schools, most of the schools that are not making adequate yearly progress based on No Child Left Behind are either on or near reservations in the state of Montana. So a lot of these schools are basically under the microscope right now in terms of making, that academic achievement, which most of it is in English. And one of the things that, we're kind of walking this fine line right now as we're implementing this immersion program in public school, is that you still have to meet accreditation for the state of Montana in terms of your educators being certified to teach in a content area. And then most of our speakers not having that degree to be teaching content areas outside of the language. And I know reading a little bit of research that Idaho, their Fort Hall, they decided to do this too, and they were running into the same problems. And just, it's great. We still have people, that I guess want to learn the language, but in order for us to get it to our students, we have to speed up that process. People in this room, that we want to start getting the language back. We need to start focusing with those younger kids, and we need to get those of you who, regardless of your age, to go back, learn the language, because I know most of you are speakers, but go out and get your education to become educators, because that's where you're going to make that difference in learning back the languages in the classroom right now. Because right now we're struggling with that. We do have, educators who are teaching the language but are not able to teach content. And then on the flip side of that, because we are a public school and we do have these certain policies that we do have to abide by, we don't have the resources available in Blackfeet, and we still have to teach this curriculum and meet these different standards, but we don't have the resources available. And I kind of was interested too about the teaching aids and stuff like that, because I'm on the ground level, I'm on the battlefield right now, trying to get these students the resources, trying to get my staff the resources, and it's a struggle. We don't have posters. I actually oversee kind of the Native American Studies department or class 7 teachers in my district, and you go into their classrooms and they'll have pictures and everything's handwritten. You know, we don't have the nice resources or the, I was able to visit Paxton's dual elementary, dual language school, and they have posters and everything in Spanish. They have books, and we don't have that. And, you know, and there's no market for it because, you know, textbook companies or other companies aren't going to want to just make a few hundred copies, you know, they want the hundreds of thousands. And so those are some, you know, barriers that we're working through and trying to, you know, connect with different people in our community to get all these resources. So, you know, those are the two biggest barriers that I'm, you know, dealing with right now and trying to get this going in our school district right now. And just we're talking, and you know, with the community college, and they're trying to offer some kind of language classes so we can speed up people to get class 7s. And once they get the class 7s, then, you know, pushing them through to get an elementary certification, so that way we can use those people. But you know, I mean, and just myself, you know, going in now and observing what's going on in those classrooms, because, you know, if you don't have people in positions that monitor, you know, what gets monitored gets covered. That's what gets taught in schools. And so if you don't have those people who, you know, the workers you talked about, or those people that want to put that hard work in, that go in and are, you know, seeing what's going on in that classroom, you know, it's just, I feel like on the reservations right now, because of No Child Left Behind and making AYP, you know, those things important because there's money tied to that. There's people that come in and observe your classroom. Some reservations, they take over. You know, the state comes in and takes over. So, you know, those things are kind of getting pushed to the side in terms of language and whatnot. But, you know, so I've been able to go in and observe, and, you know, they're actually doing really great things there. And I have, you know, my own kids that are in our district, and not really paying so much attention to that, but having my son come home and tell me, you know, what this word means, you know, what that word means, and being able to say it because he's actually taking this, or he took Miss Whitenine's class and he picked up a lot in that class. And, you know, making that, you know, a priority. And, you know, most of you probably have kids or grandkids and different things in education. So, you know, it's important for you guys to, you know, go out there and voice that to the people that are making those decisions, your superintendents, your building principals. And not only that, but just, you know, if you have that strong desire for our language to continue on, then, you know, we have to start educating our youth. And if that means you have to go back and get a teaching degree or work on a teaching degree or work on, you know, learning the language, then, you know, I encourage all of you just to pick up that cross, because that's what needs to happen if this is going to come back. And, you know, it's nice to, you know, say this is dying, but, you know, I'm at that point where I'm trying to act, you know, I'm trying to, I guess, problem solve and come up with solutions. And so that's kind of just me on my little soapbox. But I mean, just everything that you're talking about is, you know, from the policy level and things that, you know, you guys have had to go through. And but, you know, really it comes down to, you know, getting your, I guess, just getting in there, putting that work in there in order to bring this back. Because, like I said, I'm new to this process, and, you know, there's just so much disconnect. And, you know, until, you know, you or your family or whoever that's close to you takes up that and gets in there, and like I said, I just encourage you to stay, you know, get on the ground level and start working up, because, you know, it's pretty tough and it's pretty frustrating. And I can attest to that because I, you know, listen to different people, and I see it firsthand. So, you know, just get your class 7 license, get your teaching license, and go back in the classroom and teach. You know, age doesn't matter. Just get in there and, you know, make that difference, make that choice to continue this. That's kind of my little spiel to you
guys. The comment that was made earlier too about the, you know, the disconnect among what's going on in language activity. even within a single language. The situation that you're talking about has always been there. You know, not having enough teachers, qualified teachers, certified teachers, you know, for to be, especially in the public school setting. As long as I can remember, that's always been an issue. And it's sad that it has not been fixed at all. One thing that I noticed in the Southwest, in particular with our tribe and Navajo, for instance, just because they're two of the largest language groups in the state, they had a pretty substantial number of speakers who were certified teachers and were in the school. But in the last 5 years, that whole group was retired. And there was nobody that came after them. And so those classes just phased out because no one could fit in. Right now, I know New Mexico, I think, is the state that started it. Arizona now has it. And I know other states have it as well, where the State Department of Education hands over the responsibility to the tribe to certify speakers to be only language teachers, not other subject areas, just language teachers. And New Mexico's been pretty effective about certifying for the Pueblo, groups and Southern Apache groups there, and some of the Navajo in New Mexico. Arizona, some of the Apache groups have been creating their certification programs for that. We have been working on ours as well. And we had some ladies who had been teaching language for like 20, 25 years. And they were saying things, we're not going to go back to school. We can't go back to school. We're too old, And so for them, they were very happy that this certification by the tribe was going to happen. But they were so close to retirement that we sort of grandfathered them in even before the certification exam was done or finished. So we have about half a dozen of them language teachers who are certified by the tribe and the state. If the tribe certifies them, the state will accept their certification and they can be in the public school, but only for language and culture teaching. And like I say, I know a number of tribes have that in place as well. But it is a slow process to get through because it is has to be set up by the tribe and be approved by council and so forth. So we've been working on ours for about 2.5 years. So it is slow. But your situation there, like I said, the case has always been there, not having enough certified teachers in the classroom. And it's right now it's not clear why. I mean, even just teachers in general. I noticed that our university, that is Native teachers, we have very few Native teachers that are in our College of Education, that is as students to become certified teachers. It's just not a popular field for some reason or another. And I can see where it would be even more challenging to get, a mature adult into a program to become a certified teacher. So it is very challenging. And one thing I know that our tribal college did was they created a 2-and-2 program. So, and this was for teachers to get all them teachers as certified teachers. And so they did their first 2 years at the tribal college and then transferred to the university, and they moved as a cohort And so they graduated as a cohort. But it was a huge grant, so they were funded for 4 years. And that's about the only way you can get somebody through is with full funding. And it even included, because these were more mature people, they had families. And so some had to move, to the city to finish their second 2 years. Some commuted, and so you had to accommodate for their commute, childcare, a stipend or whatever. So it's doable, but it's a huge investment that somebody has to make. And so we've seen it, try your hand, be handled in different ways just to get a small group of tribal members through a degree program. And tribal colleges have been helpful in that way. That way those students start at home and then only in the last 2 years do they have to be away. But it's a challenging situation. I don't know if anybody has any other experience or recommendations to that.
There are some ways that other cities are country are trying to get around the credential issues. I'm not referring to native language studies, but the city of Boston, for example, they hire people for, the city hires people that are community leaders. They have a management positions they call community project coordinators that have some term. And there's a certain number of positions within the city, and they're able to work in schools. I worked in a school for 2 years as a community project coordinator, and I was a teacher. I did not have a credential in Massachusetts. I have a credential in California, but it didn't matter at all. So my point is that, and as hard as it is to deal with the state bureaucracy around credentialing, it is probably unfortunate that a lot of older people that are qualified to teach these classes are never going to be credentialed. Like, you're called to have these people come to school, it's great, and hopefully they can do that. But on the other hand, hopefully administrators and people at the state level maybe could also try to get around the credentialing issue somehow, like the city of Boston has. They save quite a bit of money in doing so. They pay less than a credential teacher, and I did the same now, and I don't know if there's any room, I don't know enough about it, but I don't know if there's any room within the BIA regulations and maybe special exemptions they might get. And I know that this is probably pretty tough to deal with in terms of state bureaucracy, but going forward, we know that there's only so many older people that can do this, and they don't need a credential. Obviously, I'm not saying anything mind blowing. They don't need a credential. What they need is the state to be able to say, "You go do this," and that's it. So hopefully, along with people going out and getting their credential, administrators and the state bureaucracy, and maybe federally, there could be some movement in that area. I don't know administrator, but hopefully
So, Ofelia, what strikes me too is how, first of all, I'm actually from Arizona more than Montana, but I'm really impressed with what the state of Montana has done, like you mentioned, compared to Arizona, which is really awful. But I'm really struck by the changes over time that seem to be going backwards so many places. So you mentioned Rough Rock and Wallapai and the schools there. There was also federal support at that time under Title IV to teach native languages and cultures in public schools, which we don't see now. I'm sort of wondering what he was saying about advocating for more federal support along those lines, if there's anything going on, or is anybody trying, or building up maybe on the Native American language, something else that would push for support of that type. It won't happen in Arizona.
Yeah. So, anyway, so speaking of school and schooling, I have some literature up here from our campus. I know this is a perfectly good campus here too. Excellent programs. But if you ever want to come down south, we have a master's degree in Native American language and linguistics, which is an excellent program. And we work, in fact, one of our literature pieces says something about that there's no ideal background or age limit for our program. So, we take what they call non-traditional students. And we've been very fortunate in this master's program to get older adults because they are speakers of the language and they want to work on their own language. And so it's been very, very good for that. And we also have had people who are second language learners of their language, and they want linguistic skills so that they can better access the linguistic literature that's out there to help them, work on their own language or study their own language. So anyway, so that's our master's program. And then the other one is just a report on our Language Institute, our annual report on our Language Institute, and then some bookmarkers from our Language Institute. And if you ever feel like coming down and spending the summer with us in Tucson, Arizona, we're there every June running our Language Institute, and it's a lot of fun. So anyway, so I'll leave these out for the rest of the evening, and then of course tomorrow I'll have them here again as well. Oh. I want to thank the students for this beautiful bag. It's got my name on it. It's too pretty to use. I'm going to use it. Thank you very much.
It was made by Michelle Guzman, who's the NAS advisor, so if there's any orders that need to be placed. Just a few closing announcements. Anybody who is looking for the higher education forms, they're at the front desk. The paperwork is there to fill out. It'll be there tomorrow morning as well. There might be some coffee left if you guys want to get around after this and network a little bit. The purpose of this meeting is to get people engaging with each other and engaging with some of the presenters. So feel free to hang around and visit for a little bit longer if you'd like, if there's coffee available. Also, the raffle tickets and shirts are still being sold in the front. I'd like to close today with a prayer from one of our speakers and presenters of tomorrow, who will be presenting tomorrow. The speaker comes from the Assiniboine tribe, Ani, on the Fort Belknap Indian Reservation here in Montana. I'd like to introduce Kenneth Tuffy Hagelson for the closing prayer.
Really beautiful to be here with all you good folks today. I'll just first of all apologize to the elder folks. I don't mean to offend anybody, but they always say you're doing the best you can when you're asked. And I want to thank my brother for asking me to pray. So I'll ask you all to pray along with you. Oh, my Father, I thank you for this beautiful day that you gathered all these beautiful people here today, and I ask that you bless us each and every one here tonight. And wherever it is we come home, we come from, I ask that you bless our home fires and you keep them burning bright. And when we get back there, that they're better than when we left there. Wherever we go this evening, that we have a good rest and we gather back here tomorrow and learn lots.
We'll see you all tomorrow at 9 a.m. We'll have fry bread.
I have a present for you. Don't laugh.